living for validation instead of self-respect. Have you ever noticed how some people spend their entire lives trying to be liked, yet they never seem genuinely happy? They get the compliments, they get the approval. People praise them, include them, and tell them they are doing great. But underneath all of that, there is a constant anxiety they cannot escape, because once your happiness depends on other people's opinions, you are no longer living your life. You are performing for an audience. Most people do not realize when this starts happening. It does not begin with a dramatic decision. It begins with small moments. You post something online and wait for the reaction. You make a choice based on what others will think. You stay quiet when you disagree because you do not want anyone to be upset with you. Little by little, you stop asking yourself what you actually want and start asking what will get the best response from everyone around you. The frightening part is that the more validation becomes your source of confidence, the weaker your confidence actually becomes. That sounds backwards, but think about it. If your self-worth comes from other people, then every opinion becomes a threat. Every criticism feels personal. Every rejection feels devastating. Every moment of being overlooked feels like proof that something is wrong with you. And suddenly, your emotional state is being controlled by people who are not even thinking about you that much. One negative comment can erase 10 positive ones. One person not responding to your message can ruin your mood. One moment of rejection can make you question your entire value as a person. That is not confidence. That is dependence. Psychologists have observed something interesting about human behavior. The brain treats social approval as a reward. When people receive praise, acceptance, or recognition, the brain releases chemicals associated with pleasure and reinforcement. In simple terms, validation can feel good. The problem is that the brain can become addicted to chasing that feeling. Just like any reward, the more you rely on it, the more you need it. At first, a little approval feels satisfying. Then you need more attention, more compliments, more reassurance, more signs that people approve of you. But no amount is ever enough because the real problem was never a lack of approval. The real problem was a lack of self-respect, and there is a massive difference between those two things. Validation asks, do they think I am valuable? Self-respect asks, do I believe I am valuable? One gives your power away. The other keeps it in your hands. Think about the people who constantly seek approval. They often struggle to say no. They avoid difficult conversations. They tolerate disrespect. They ignore their own needs. Not because they are weak, but because they are terrified of losing acceptance. They would rather disappoint themselves than risk disappointing someone else, and that creates a painful cycle. The more they abandon themselves to keep others happy, the more resentment builds. The more resentment builds, the more disconnected they feel from who they really are. Then they seek even more validation to fill that emptiness. It becomes a trap. Imagine someone spending years becoming exactly who everyone wants them to be. They become agreeable, helpful, available, easy to like. Then one day they look in the mirror and realize they have no idea who they actually are. Because every major decision was filtered through one question. Will people approve of this? That question quietly destroys authenticity. The truth is that some of the most respected people in the world are not respected because they please everyone. They are respected because they stand for something, even when it costs them approval. People with self-respect understand a difficult reality. Not everyone will like them. Not everyone will agree with them. Not everyone will approve of their choices, and that is okay, because their identity is not built on applause. It is built on principles. When you live for validation, you become emotionally fragile. Your confidence rises and falls depending on who is clapping. When you live with self-respect, your confidence becomes more stable because it comes from keeping promises to yourself, honoring your values, and acting in alignment with what you believe is right. That does not mean criticism stops hurting. It means criticism stops defining you. One of the saddest things a person can do is spend years trying to earn acceptance from people who have never learned to accept themselves. Many of the people whose approval we desperately chase are struggling with their own insecurities, fears, and self-doubts. Yet somehow we allow their opinions to determine our worth. Think about how much power that gives away. Your value cannot be measured by likes, compliments, praise, attention, or approval. Those things can disappear overnight. Trends change. Relationships change. People's opinions change. But self-respect is different. Self-respect grows every time you choose honesty over performance. Every time you say no when you mean no. Every time you stop shrinking yourself to fit someone else's expectations. Every time you make a decision that reflects who you truly are instead of who others want you to be. And the strange thing is that when people stop chasing validation, they often become more confident, more authentic, and more respected. Not because everyone suddenly approves of them, but because they no longer need everyone to. That is the moment a person stops performing and starts living, turning every mistake into a personal identity. Some people make a mistake and learn from it. Others make a mistake and become it. That difference changes the entire course of a person's life. Think about it. Two people can experience the exact same failure. They can lose the same opportunity, make the same bad decision, or embarrass themselves in the same way. One person says, "I messed up." The other person says, "I am a mess." One sees an event. The other sees an identity. And that is where quiet self-destruction begins. Because the moment you stop viewing mistakes as things you did and start viewing them as proof of who you are, every setback becomes heavier than it should be. A failed attempt is no longer just a failed attempt. It becomes evidence. Evidence that you are not smart enough, not talented enough, not disciplined enough, not worthy enough. What makes this so dangerous is that it feels logical when you are inside it. You fail an exam, so you tell yourself you are stupid. You get rejected, so you tell yourself you are unlovable. You make a bad financial decision, so you tell yourself you are irresponsible. You struggle with a goal, so you tell yourself you are weak. The mistake lasts a moment. The label can last years. And once people attach those labels to themselves, they start living as if those labels are facts. Imagine a child learning to walk. They fall down again and again. Nobody watches a toddler fall and concludes that walking is impossible. Nobody says this child fell 3 times, therefore they are a failure. The child falls, gets up, falls again, and eventually learns. But somewhere along the way, many adults lose that mindset. They begin treating mistakes as final verdicts instead of temporary experiences. A single failure becomes a permanent definition. What is interesting is that psychology has repeatedly shown that the way people explain their failures has a huge impact on their future behavior. People who view mistakes as specific and temporary are more likely to recover and improve. People who view mistakes as reflections of their entire identity often lose motivation and stop trying altogether. Why? Because if the problem is something you did, it can be changed. But if the problem is who you are, what is the point of trying? That belief quietly kills growth. You see it in everyday life. Someone wants to get healthier. They miss a few workouts and immediately decide they are lazy. Someone starts a business. It struggles in the beginning, and they decide they are not entrepreneurial. Someone enters a relationship that does not work out and concludes they are impossible to love. Instead of evaluating the situation, they put themselves on trial. And the verdict is always harsh. The human mind has a strange habit of collecting evidence for whatever it already believes. Once someone labels themselves as a failure, they begin noticing every failure. Once they label themselves as inadequate, they become obsessed with every flaw. Their attention becomes biased toward proving their own negative identity. Successes get ignored. Progress gets dismissed. Strengths get minimized. Mistakes become the only thing that matters. That is why some people can accomplish incredible things and still feel worthless. Their achievements never become part of their identity, but their failures do. A compliment is forgotten in minutes. A mistake from 5 years ago still feels alive. 100 victories are overlooked. One embarrassing moment is remembered forever. It is not because the mistake was bigger. It is because the mistake became personal. The truth is that every human being carries a collection of bad decisions, regrets, failures, and embarrassing moments. Every single person. The people you admire most are not people who avoided mistakes. They are people who refuse to build their identity around them. Think about someone learning a new skill. Whether it is public speaking, starting a business, playing an instrument, or building relationships, mistakes are part of the process. They are not signs that growth is failing. They are signs that growth is happening. Yet many people expect perfection from themselves in situations where perfection is impossible. The first mistake becomes proof they should quit. The first setback becomes proof they were never capable. The first rejection becomes proof they should stop trying. What they do not realize is that mastery is often just a long series of mistakes that someone survived. Nobody sees the thousands of awkward attempts behind confidence. Nobody sees the countless failures behind success. Nobody sees the years of uncertainty behind expertise. They only see the final result, and then they compare that polished result to their own messy beginning. That comparison creates unnecessary shame. The reality is that your mistakes reveal what happened. They do not reveal who you are. A bad decision means you made a bad decision. A failure means you failed. A wrong choice means you chose incorrectly. None of those things automatically become your identity unless you decide they do. The most emotionally resilient people understand this distinction. They take responsibility for mistakes without turning those mistakes into self-hatred. They learn the lesson without becoming the lesson. That is a powerful difference. Because self-hatred rarely creates improvement, it usually creates fear. Fear of trying again. Fear of being judged. Fear of making another mistake. Fear of discovering that the negative label might be true. So people play small. They avoid risks. They avoid opportunities. They avoid growth. Not because they are incapable, but because they are protecting an identity they accidentally created years ago. An identity built from a few painful moments. But your worst day is not your identity. Your biggest failure is not your identity. Your most embarrassing mistake is not your identity. Those are experiences. They are chapters. They are lessons. They are not the entire story. The people who grow the most in life are not the people who make the fewest mistakes. They are the people who stop confusing mistakes with who they are. They understand that failure can teach them something valuable, but only if they refuse to let it define them. The moment you separate your identity from your mistakes, something changes. Failure becomes information instead of condemnation. Growth becomes possible again. And the weight you have been carrying for years suddenly becomes lighter, because you finally realize that what happened to you is not the same thing as who you are. Suppressing anger until it becomes resentment. Most people are not destroyed by anger. They are destroyed by the anger they never allow themselves to feel. There is a common belief that anger is a bad emotion, something dangerous, something immature, something that should be hidden, controlled, or pushed away as quickly as possible. So people learn to smile when they are upset. They stay quiet when they feel disrespected. They pretend everything is fine when it clearly is not. On the surface, it looks like emotional maturity. But often, it is the exact opposite. Because emotions do not disappear just because you refuse to acknowledge them. They wait, they build, they grow stronger in the dark. And eventually, what started as ordinary anger transforms into something much more toxic: resentment. The frightening thing about resentment is that it develops so slowly that many people do not even realize it is happening. It does not arrive with an explosion. It arrives through accumulation. A comment you never addressed, a boundary you never enforced, a disappointment you never expressed, a hurt you never talked about. Each one seems small on its own, easy to ignore, easy to tolerate, easy to push aside for the sake of keeping the peace. But emotional wounds have a way of keeping score. Imagine someone who constantly says yes when they want to say no. They agree to favors they do not have time for. They accept treatment they secretly dislike. They stay silent during conversations that leave them feeling invisible. Every time it happens, they tell themselves it is not a big deal, until one day it becomes a very big deal. Not because of one event, because of hundreds of events. This is why resentment often surprises people. They wake up one morning feeling exhausted by someone they once cared deeply about. They feel irritated by a friend, a family member, a partner, or a coworker, and they cannot fully explain why. The reason is usually simple. The anger never disappeared. It was stored. Psychologists often describe emotions as signals. Anger, in particular, is often a signal that something feels unfair, threatening, disrespectful, or out of alignment with your needs. In healthy situations, anger motivates action. It encourages communication. It highlights problems that need attention. But when people treat anger itself as unacceptable, they ignore the message. It is like covering the warning light on a car dashboard and pretending the problem no longer exists. The light disappears. The problem does not. And over time, resentment begins changing how people see the world. Instead of addressing issues directly, they start collecting evidence against others. Every small annoyance feels bigger. Every mistake feels intentional. Every disappointment feels personal. What could have been solved through an honest conversation becomes a growing emotional wall. The tragedy is that resentment often damages relationships more than the original problem ever could. A partner forgets something important. Instead of discussing it, the other person stays quiet. Weeks later, another issue appears. Again, silence. Months later, there are dozens of unresolved frustrations sitting beneath the surface. Now, even small disagreements trigger massive emotional reactions. Not because of what just happened, because of everything that happened before. People on the receiving end are often confused. They think the argument is about one incident, but the resentment has been building for years. That is why the reaction seems disproportionate. The current problem is only the spark. The resentment is the fuel. What makes resentment especially destructive is that it often disguises itself as righteousness. People begin believing they are completely justified in their bitterness. They replay old memories repeatedly. They remind themselves of every disappointment. They mentally build a case against someone. And with every replay, the resentment grows stronger. The person who originally hurt them may not even be thinking about those events anymore. Yet the resentful person carries them every day. That is the cruel irony. Resentment feels like punishment for someone else. But most of the suffering happens inside the person holding it. Sleep becomes harder. Stress increases. Patience disappears. Joy becomes more difficult to access. The emotional energy required to maintain resentment slowly drains the life out of a person, and it rarely stays confined to one relationship. Someone who carries resentment in one area often becomes more cynical everywhere else. They become less trusting, less open, less optimistic. They start expecting disappointment before it happens, not because the world changed, because their emotional lens changed. The solution is not to become aggressive or hostile every time anger appears. Healthy anger is not about attacking people. It is about listening to what the emotion is trying to communicate. Sometimes anger is telling you that a boundary needs to be set. Sometimes it is telling you that a conversation needs to happen. Sometimes it is telling you that you are sacrificing too much of yourself to keep everyone else comfortable. Ignoring those messages does not make you peaceful. It often makes you resentful. And resentment has a way of turning good people into versions of themselves they barely recognize. They become colder, more defensive, more distant, more emotionally exhausted. Not because they are bad people, because they have been carrying emotional weight that was never meant to be carried for so long. The strongest people are not the ones who never feel anger. They are the ones who can acknowledge it honestly before it hardens into something worse. They recognize when they are hurt. They communicate when something matters. They address problems while they are still small. And most importantly, they understand that protecting peace is very different from pretending peace exists. Because silence is not always peace. Avoidance is not always maturity. And suppressing anger does not make it disappear. It simply gives it time to evolve into resentment, where it becomes heavier, more damaging, and far more difficult to heal. By the time resentment takes over, the issue is no longer what someone else did. The issue is how long you have been carrying what should have been confronted long ago. Constantly comparing your life to other people's lives. There is a habit that steals joy so quietly that most people do not even realize it is happening. It does not announce itself. It does not look dangerous. In fact, it often disguises itself as motivation. It tells you to look around, measure yourself against others, and figure out where you stand. But before long, it turns into a trap. Because the moment your happiness depends on how your life compares to someone else's, peace becomes almost impossible to find. Think about how often this happens. Someone buys a new house, and suddenly your home feels smaller. Someone gets promoted, and suddenly your career feels behind. Someone gets married, and suddenly your relationship feels inadequate. Someone posts vacation photos, and suddenly your normal life feels boring. Nothing in your life actually changed. Yet somehow everything feels worse. That is the strange power of comparison. It can make a person feel poor in the middle of abundance. It can make a person feel unsuccessful in the middle of progress. It can make a person overlook everything they have simply because someone else appears to have more. And that is where the damage begins. The human brain naturally compares. It is part of how people understand the world. But the problem is that comparison was never meant to become the foundation of self-worth. When it does, every interaction becomes a ranking system. Instead of enjoying life, people start evaluating it. Instead of appreciating progress, they start measuring distance. Instead of focusing on their own path, they become obsessed with someone else's. The result is a constant feeling of being behind. No matter how much they achieve, it never feels like enough. Because there is always someone with more. More money, more success, more attention, more opportunities, more followers, more recognition. Comparison guarantees that the finish line keeps moving. You finally reach a goal you once dreamed about, only to discover that someone else is already further ahead. So the satisfaction disappears almost immediately. The achievement loses its meaning, and the chase starts all over again. What makes this even more painful is that people are usually comparing their reality to someone else's highlight reel. They see the victories, but not the sacrifices. The results, but not the struggle. The confidence, but not the insecurity. The celebration, but not the years of frustration that came before it. Social media has amplified this problem in ways previous generations never experienced. Every day people are exposed to carefully selected snapshots of other people's lives. Moments designed to look impressive. Moments chosen specifically because they attract attention. Rarely do people post their loneliness. Rarely do they post their failures. Rarely do they post their sleepless nights, financial worries, relationship struggles, or private fears. So viewers end up comparing their complete reality to someone else's edited presentation. And that comparison is never fair. Imagine watching a movie where you only see the best scenes from every character's life, while being forced to live through every ordinary moment of your own. Of course, your life would seem less exciting. Of course, you would feel like everyone else is doing better. The comparison itself is flawed from the beginning. Psychologists have long observed that people often evaluate their success relative to those around them rather than based on objective improvement. That means someone can be doing incredibly well and still feel miserable if they focus on people who appear to be doing better. Think about that for a moment. A person can be healthier than they were 5 years ago, financially stronger than they were 5 years ago, emotionally wiser than they were 5 years ago, and still feel like a failure because they are looking sideways instead of backward. They are measuring themselves against strangers instead of measuring themselves against who they used to be. That habit creates endless dissatisfaction. Because comparison rarely inspires gratitude. It usually creates envy, and envy has a unique way of poisoning experiences that should have brought happiness. A promotion becomes disappointing because someone else got a bigger one. A relationship becomes less meaningful because another couple looks happier. A personal achievement feels insignificant because somebody achieved more. Instead of celebrating progress, people become trapped in a cycle of emotional self-sabotage. The saddest part is that comparison often causes people to abandon their own goals entirely. They stop asking what they genuinely want. They start chasing what looks impressive to other people. Someone pursues a career they do not enjoy because it appears successful. Someone buys things they do not need because others have them. Someone follows a life path that does not fit them simply because everyone else seems to be doing it. Eventually they wake up exhausted, not because they failed, because they spent years running a race they never wanted to enter. The truth is that every life operates on a different timeline. Some people find success early, others find it later. Some build families young, others do it years afterward. Some discover their purpose quickly, others spend decades figuring it out. There is no universal schedule for a meaningful life. Yet comparison tricks people into believing there is. It convinces them they are late when they are actually right where they need to be. It convinces them they are failing when they are still growing. It convinces them they are behind when they are simply on a different path. The people who seem happiest are rarely the people who win every comparison. They are usually the people who stop playing the comparison game altogether. They focus on their own values, their own progress, their own goals. They understand that another person's success is not evidence of their failure. Someone else's achievement does not reduce your potential. Someone else's happiness does not take away your chance to be happy. Life is not a competition with every person you see. It is a relationship with yourself. And the moment you stop constantly looking over your shoulder to see how everyone else is doing, something remarkable happens. You begin noticing your own growth again. You begin appreciating your own journey again. You begin recognizing victories that comparison had hidden from view. Because the truth is that there will always be someone ahead of you in one area of life. Always. But there will also always be someone wishing they had what you already have. The difference is that one perspective creates gratitude, while the other creates misery. And the habit of constantly comparing your life to other people's lives guarantees one thing above all else. No matter how much you achieve, you will never fully enjoy it. Seeking love from people who consistently withhold it. Some of the deepest emotional pain people experience does not come from losing love. It comes from spending years chasing love that was never freely given in the first place. There is something incredibly powerful about wanting to be chosen by someone who keeps choosing not to choose you. It creates a strange emotional obsession. The more unavailable they become, the more valuable their approval seems. The more distant they are, the more desperately you want their affection. And before you realize what is happening, your happiness becomes tied to winning a game that has no finish line. You start telling yourself that if you try harder, things will change. If you become more understanding, they will finally appreciate you. If you become more attractive, they will finally notice you. If you become more successful, more patient, more supportive, more accommodating, they will finally give you the love you have been waiting for. But the waiting never ends. Because the problem was never that you lacked value. The problem was that you were looking for proof of your value in a place where it was rarely offered. Many people fall into this trap without realizing it. They become emotionally attached not to what a relationship actually is, but to what it could be. They fall in love with potential. They become invested in possibilities. They convince themselves that the occasional moment of affection means something permanent is just around the corner. So they stay. They keep hoping. They keep giving. And they keep receiving just enough attention to keep believing. That is what makes this pattern so difficult to escape. If someone rejected you completely, walking away would be easier. If someone never showed any care at all, the truth would be obvious. But when affection comes in small, inconsistent doses, it creates confusion. One kind message erases weeks of distance. One affectionate moment makes you forget countless disappointments. One sign of hope becomes enough reason to keep waiting. Human beings are wired to pursue rewards that arrive unpredictably. Psychologists have observed that inconsistent rewards can create stronger emotional attachment than predictable ones. When affection is given randomly, people often become even more focused on obtaining it. They keep chasing the next moment of approval, the next sign of love, the next indication that things are finally changing. The result is emotional exhaustion, because you are constantly investing energy without receiving the security and consistency that real love requires. Think about how much time people spend trying to earn affection from emotionally unavailable partners, distant parents, indifferent friends, or people who only show interest when it is convenient. Years can disappear this way. Years spent proving, years spent waiting, years spent hoping, years spent believing that if they just become enough, the other person will finally love them properly. But there is a painful truth many people avoid. Love that has to be endlessly earned often does not feel like love at all. Healthy love does not require constant auditions. Healthy love does not keep moving the finish line. Healthy love does not leave you questioning your worth every day. Yet countless people remain trapped because they mistake emotional struggle for emotional depth. They believe that because they are fighting so hard for the relationship, it must be meaningful. Because they are suffering so much, it must be valuable. Because they want it so badly, it must be right. But intensity and love are not the same thing. Obsession and love are not the same thing. Longing and love are not the same thing. Sometimes what people call love is actually the desperate desire to finally receive what has been withheld. And that desire can become all-consuming. It can make people tolerate disrespect they would never accept from anyone else. It can make them ignore obvious patterns. It can make them repeatedly excuse behavior that continues to hurt them. The mind becomes focused on rare moments of affection while overlooking the larger reality. The reality that someone consistently shows you who they are through their actions. Not through promises, not through possibilities, not through occasional moments of kindness, through patterns. Patterns reveal the truth. If someone repeatedly makes you feel unseen, unwanted, or emotionally neglected, the pattern matters. If someone repeatedly takes your effort while giving little in return, the pattern matters. If someone repeatedly leaves you questioning where you stand, the pattern matters. Many people stay because they are terrified of what letting go might mean. They think walking away means admitting defeat. They think it means accepting rejection. They think it means losing the chance to finally receive the love they have been chasing for so long. But often, walking away is not giving up on love. It is giving up on the illusion that this particular person is going to provide it. That distinction changes everything. Because when people stop chasing unavailable love, they often discover something surprising. The energy they spent pursuing acceptance can finally be directed toward themselves. The attention they spent seeking validation can finally be invested in healing. The emotional space occupied by constant longing can finally be filled with peace. For many people, the hardest lesson is realizing that love cannot be forced, negotiated, earned through suffering, or extracted through persistence. No amount of sacrifice can make someone consistently give what they do not genuinely want to give. And accepting that truth is painful, but continuing to deny it is often far more painful. The people who heal are not necessarily the ones who receive the love they wanted. They are the ones who stop measuring their worth by whether a particular person chooses them. They stop treating another person's inability to love fully as evidence that they are unlovable. They stop begging for emotional scraps while convincing themselves it is a feast. And slowly, they begin to understand something that changes their entire perspective. Real love does not leave you constantly trying to earn your place. Real love does not require endless proof of your value. Real love does not make you spend years chasing what should have been given freely. Because the moment you start seeking love from people who consistently withhold it, you risk spending your life trying to unlock a door that was never meant to open. And while you are standing there knocking, you may completely miss the places where love was willing to welcome you all along. Interpreting neutral situations as personal rejection, one of the most exhausting ways a person can live is by constantly assuming that everything is about them. Not in an arrogant way. In a fearful way. A friend takes longer than usual to reply to a message, and suddenly you wonder if they are upset with you. A coworker seems quieter than normal, and you assume you did something wrong. Someone walks past without saying hello, and you spend the rest of the day replaying the moment in your head. A person cancels plans, and your mind immediately jumps to the conclusion that they no longer want you around. Nothing was actually said. No rejection occurred. No conflict happened. Yet emotionally, it feels as if you have already been pushed away. This habit quietly damages people's lives because it turns ordinary situations into emotional wounds. Instead of responding to reality, they respond to assumptions. Instead of seeing what happened, they see what they fear happened. And the fear is almost always the same. Maybe I am not wanted. Maybe I am not important. Maybe I am not enough. The strange thing is that most of these conclusions are created in the mind long before any evidence appears. Someone looks distracted. The story begins. Someone forgets to call. The story grows. Someone seems less enthusiastic. The story becomes a certainty. Before long, an entire emotional reaction has been built around something that may not even be true. What makes this pattern so powerful is that the brain naturally tries to fill in missing information. Human beings dislike uncertainty. When we do not know why something happened, our minds rush to create explanations. Unfortunately, people who struggle with insecurity often create explanations that place the blame on themselves. A delayed response becomes rejection. A neutral expression becomes disapproval. A busy schedule becomes abandonment. A simple misunderstanding becomes proof that someone no longer cares. The brain treats these imagined explanations as real threats, even when they are nothing more than guesses. That is why the emotional pain feels real. Your body reacts as though rejection has actually occurred. Your mood changes. Your anxiety increases. Your confidence drops. All because of a conclusion that may have no connection to reality. Imagine receiving a text message from someone every day for months. One day they do not respond. There are countless possible explanations. Maybe they are working. Maybe they are tired. Maybe they forgot. Maybe they are dealing with something stressful. Maybe their phone died. But a person who automatically interprets neutral situations as rejection rarely considers those possibilities. Their mind immediately chooses the most painful explanation. They do not like me anymore. And once that conclusion appears, everything afterward gets filtered through it. Now every interaction feels suspicious. Every silence feels intentional. Every small change feels threatening. The original situation may have been completely harmless, but the emotional damage continues because the story keeps growing. Psychologists often refer to this as a cognitive distortion, a thinking pattern where people interpret situations through a lens that is not entirely accurate. In this case, neutral events become personalized. Instead of seeing circumstances objectively, people assume everything reflects their worth, value, or likability. The problem is that life is full of neutral events. People get distracted. People become stressed. People forget things. People have bad days. People deal with problems that have absolutely nothing to do with you. Yet someone trapped in this emotional habit unconsciously makes themselves the center of every negative possibility. And that creates constant anxiety. Think about how draining it would be to walk through life believing every awkward interaction is evidence of rejection. Every unanswered message becomes a source of worry. Every change in tone becomes a source of overthinking. Every delay becomes a source of self-doubt. There is never any peace because the mind is always searching for signs of abandonment. Ironically, this fear often creates the very problems people are trying to avoid. Someone assumes a friend is upset with them and becomes distant. Someone assumes their partner is losing interest and becomes clingy. Someone assumes they are unwelcome and withdraws from social situations. The behavior changes because of a rejection that never actually happened. Over time, relationships become strained, not because people were rejecting them, but because fear was quietly controlling their reactions. The root of this habit is often deeper than people realize. Many who interpret neutral situations as rejection carry old emotional wounds. Perhaps they experienced criticism, neglect, exclusion, or inconsistent affection earlier in life. Their minds learn to stay alert for signs of being unwanted. At one point, that vigilance may have felt protective. Now it has become a prison, because they are no longer reacting only to the present moment. They are reacting to every painful memory attached to it. A delayed text is not just a delayed text. It feels connected to every time they felt ignored. A canceled plan is not just a scheduling conflict. It feels connected to every time they felt excluded. The current situation becomes mixed with old emotional pain, making it feel much bigger than it actually is. This is why reassurance rarely solves the problem permanently. Even when people are told they are valued, accepted, and cared about, the relief is temporary. Soon another neutral event appears, and the cycle begins again. The real solution is learning to separate facts from fears. Facts are what actually happened. Fears are the stories we attach to what happened. The fact is that someone did not respond. The fear is that they no longer care. The fact is that someone seemed distracted. The fear is that they are disappointed in you. The fact is that plans changed. The fear is that you are unwanted. Those are not the same thing. The people who find emotional freedom learn to pause before turning uncertainty into rejection. They stop assuming the worst explanation is automatically the correct one. They allow room for other possibilities. They recognize that most people's behavior is influenced by their own lives, their own stress, and their own challenges. In other words, they stop making themselves responsible for things that were never about them in the first place. Because the truth is that not every silence is rejection. Not every distance is abandonment. Not every neutral moment is a hidden message about your worth. Sometimes people are simply busy. Sometimes they are distracted. Sometimes life is happening. And when you stop interpreting every neutral situation as personal rejection, you free yourself from carrying emotional pain that was never yours to begin with. Replaying painful memories as a daily ritual. There are people who leave painful experiences behind, and then there are people who relive them every single day. Not because they want to, not because they enjoy suffering, but because their minds have quietly turned old pain into a daily habit. The strange thing about this habit is that it often feels productive. It feels like reflection. It feels like processing. It feels like trying to understand what happened. But many times, it is none of those things. It is simply emotional time travel. The same memories, the same scenes, the same conversations, the same regrets, played over and over again like a movie that never reaches its ending. A person wakes up and remembers something embarrassing they said years ago. They think about a relationship that ended. They replay an argument. They revisit a betrayal. They imagine what they should have said, what they should have done, how things could have been different. Hours pass. Days pass. And somehow the memory remains alive, not because it is still happening, because it is still being rehearsed. This is one of the quietest forms of self-destruction, because it looks harmless from the outside. Nobody sees it. Nobody hears it. There are no dramatic signs. Yet inside the mind, the same emotional wounds are being reopened again and again. Imagine touching a healing cut every day. It would never fully recover. It would remain sensitive. It would remain painful. It would remain vulnerable. That is exactly what happens when painful memories become a ritual. Every replay keeps the emotional experience active. Every revisit strengthens the connection. Every mental rehearsal tells the brain that this memory is still important, still urgent, still deserving of attention. The mind does not always distinguish between remembering an experience and experiencing it again. That is why old memories can trigger real emotions in the present. Your heart rate changes. Your mood shifts. Your body tenses. You feel anger, sadness, shame, regret, or disappointment all over again. The event may be years behind you, but emotionally, it feels like it happened 5 minutes ago. Psychologists have observed that repeated rumination, the habit of endlessly dwelling on negative experiences, often increases emotional distress rather than resolving it. Many people believe that if they think about a problem long enough, they will eventually find peace. Instead, they often become trapped inside the problem. The memory becomes familiar, the pain becomes familiar, the suffering becomes familiar, and because it is familiar, the mind keeps returning to it. Think about how many people spend years mentally arguing with people who are no longer in their lives. Years replaying conversations that cannot be changed. Years imagining different outcomes for events that are already over. Years carrying emotional burdens that belong to another chapter of their life. The tragedy is that every minute spent living in those memories is a minute not fully lived in the present. The past slowly begins stealing the future. Someone cannot enjoy a healthy relationship because they are still mentally trapped in a painful one. Someone cannot trust because they are replaying old betrayals. Someone cannot appreciate current opportunities because they are obsessed with previous failures. Someone cannot experience peace because they keep feeding old pain with fresh attention. What makes this habit especially deceptive is that people often convince themselves they are seeking closure. But closure rarely comes from replaying the same emotional scene 1,000 times. If it did, most people would have healed years ago. At some point, the replaying stops being about understanding. It becomes a routine, a reflex, a mental pathway so familiar that the brain follows it automatically. A random trigger appears. A song, a location, a photograph, a certain date, and suddenly the mind is back in the past again, reliving, reanalyzing, reopening. The memory begins to feel like part of a person's identity. Some people become so attached to old pain that they no longer know who they would be without it. The betrayal becomes part of their story. The heartbreak becomes part of their story. The failure becomes part of their story. Eventually, they stop carrying the memory. The memory starts carrying them. And this affects more than emotions. It affects perception. People who constantly revisit painful experiences often begin expecting similar pain in the future. Old disappointments become predictions. Old wounds become warnings. Old heartbreaks become evidence that future heartbreak is inevitable. The past starts shaping expectations in ways that limit growth. Instead of asking what is possible, the mind asks what could go wrong. Instead of noticing opportunities, it notices threats. Instead of moving forward, it remains emotionally anchored to what happened before. The difficult truth is that some questions never receive satisfying answers. You may never fully understand why someone treated you the way they did. You may never know exactly why something ended. You may never discover why certain opportunities disappeared. You may never get the apology you deserved. You may never receive the explanation you spent years waiting for. And that reality can be painful. But continuing to replay the memory does not create those answers. It only creates more suffering. The people who eventually heal are not always the people who found perfect closure. Often, they are the people who stopped demanding that the past explain itself. They stopped asking the same questions every day. They stopped reopening the same wounds every night. They stopped treating old pain like a responsibility they had to carry forever. That does not mean they forgot. It does not mean the experience suddenly became pleasant. It means they stopped feeding it. They stopped giving yesterday control over today. Because every memory you revisit receives energy. Every thought you repeatedly entertain grows stronger. Every emotional wound you constantly rehearse remains active. And there comes a point when healing is not about understanding the past more deeply. It is about finally giving yourself permission to stop living there. The most painful chapter of your life may explain part of who you became, but it was never meant to become the place where you permanently reside. The moment painful memories stop being a daily ritual is often the moment life begins moving forward again. Needing everyone to like you, a few things exhaust a person faster than trying to win over everyone. At first, it sounds harmless. Who does not want to be liked? Who does not enjoy being accepted? Who does not appreciate hearing positive things about themselves? The desire to be liked is completely normal. Human beings are social creatures. We want connection. We want belonging. We want to feel valued by the people around us. The problem begins when being liked stops being a preference and becomes a necessity. Because the moment you need everyone to like you, you hand over control of your life to people who were never meant to have it. Think about how impossible that goal actually is. Every person you meet has different beliefs, different values, different experiences, different personalities, and different expectations. Some people will like you immediately. Some people will misunderstand you. Some people will disagree with you. Some people simply will not connect with you no matter how kind, talented, or genuine you are. That is reality. Yet countless people spend years fighting against it. They monitor every word they say. They constantly worry about how they are being perceived. They replay conversations after they end. They overanalyze facial expressions. They obsess over whether someone might be upset with them. Their minds become trapped in an endless cycle of social evaluation. Did I say the wrong thing? Do they still like me? Did I offend them? What do they think about me? The questions never stop, and neither does the anxiety. The sad part is that people who need universal approval often become strangers to themselves. They become so focused on managing other people's opinions that they lose touch with their own. Instead of expressing what they really think, they say what feels safest. Instead of making choices based on their values, they make choices based on what will receive the least resistance. Instead of being authentic, they become adaptable. Not because they are dishonest, because they are afraid. Afraid that disagreement will lead to rejection. Afraid that honesty will lead to criticism. Afraid that being themselves will cost them acceptance. So they shape shift. Around one group they act one way. Around another group they act differently. They carefully adjust their personality depending on who is watching. Over time, maintaining this performance becomes exhausting because pretending is always more tiring than being. Psychologists often talk about people pleasing as a strategy people develop to avoid conflict, criticism, or abandonment. For many, it begins early in life. They learn that being agreeable keeps the peace. They learn that meeting other people's expectations earns approval. They learn that their worth seems tied to how happy they can make everyone else. At first, that strategy appears effective. People appreciate them. People praise them. People describe them as easy to get along with. But beneath the surface, something unhealthy is growing: resentment. Because every time someone sacrifices their own needs to maintain approval, a small emotional cost is paid. They say yes when they want to say no. They stay silent when they want to speak. They tolerate things they should address. They prioritize everyone else's comfort over their own well-being. The world sees kindness, but internally, frustration starts building. And eventually that frustration becomes impossible to ignore. The irony is that people who desperately want everyone to like them often become less authentic, less confident, and less fulfilled. The very thing they are trying to achieve pushes them further away from the person they want to be. Imagine living every day as if you are constantly being evaluated. Every interaction becomes a test. Every disagreement becomes a threat. Every criticism becomes a crisis. You never fully relax because your mind is always scanning for signs of disapproval. One person seems distant and your mood changes. One negative comment stays in your head for days. One disagreement feels like evidence that something is wrong with you. That is an incredibly fragile way to live. Because no matter how good you are, no matter how kind you are, no matter how hard you try, there will always be people who dislike you. Not because you failed, because human beings are different. Some people will dislike you for being too quiet. Others will dislike you for being too outspoken. Some will think you are too ambitious. Others will think you are not ambitious enough. You can spend your entire life trying to satisfy everyone and still fall short. Not because you are inadequate, because the goal itself is impossible. The most respected people in the world are not universally liked. The most admired leaders are criticized. The most talented artists are criticized. The most successful entrepreneurs are criticized. Even people who dedicate their lives to helping others are criticized. If they cannot achieve universal approval, neither can you. And that is actually good news. Because the moment you accept that reality, something changes. You stop wasting energy on an unwinnable battle. You stop trying to manage every opinion. You stop viewing disagreement as disaster. You stop treating criticism as proof of personal failure. Instead, you begin focusing on something far more important. Respect. Respect lasts longer than approval. Respect comes from integrity. Respect comes from honesty. Respect comes from living according to your values, even when not everyone agrees. The truth is that many people spend years chasing popularity when what they really need is self-respect. They want everyone else to approve of them because they have not fully learned to approve of themselves. So they keep collecting opinions, hoping enough external validation will finally create internal confidence. But it never works, because confidence built on approval remains dependent on approval. The moment praise disappears, confidence disappears with it. Real confidence grows differently. It grows when you tell the truth even when it is uncomfortable. It grows when you set boundaries even when someone dislikes them. It grows when you make decisions based on your values instead of your fears. It grows when you accept that being disliked by some people is not evidence that you are doing something wrong. In many cases, it is simply evidence that you are being real. The people who experience the most peace are rarely the people everyone likes. They are the people who stopped needing everyone to like them. They understand that approval is pleasant but temporary. Authenticity is harder but lasting. And once you stop organizing your entire life around earning acceptance from every person you meet, you discover something surprisingly freeing. You can finally be yourself without constantly asking for permission. Avoiding difficult conversations to keep the peace. Some of the biggest problems in people's lives exist for one simple reason. A conversation that needed to happen never happened, not because they did not know it was necessary, not because they did not see the problem, but because speaking up felt uncomfortable. So they waited. They told themselves it was not the right time. They told themselves things would get better on their own. They told themselves the issue was not serious enough to address. And for a while, it seemed easier to stay silent, until the silence became more damaging than the conversation ever would have been. This is one of the most common emotional habits people develop. They avoid difficult conversations because they want peace. They want harmony. They want to avoid conflict. They do not want anyone to be upset, disappointed, defensive, or angry. The intention usually comes from a good place. The outcome rarely does, because avoiding a difficult conversation does not eliminate the problem. It only postpones it. And while the conversation is being postponed, the problem continues growing. Think about how many relationships slowly deteriorate because neither person says what needs to be said. A friend repeatedly crosses a boundary. Silence. A partner does something hurtful. Silence. A family member behaves in a way that causes pain. Silence. A coworker creates frustration. Silence. At first, staying quiet feels like the mature choice. You convince yourself that you are being patient. You convince yourself that you are keeping the peace. You convince yourself that you are taking the high road. But often, what looks like peace is simply unresolved tension hiding beneath the surface. Because real peace and artificial peace are not the same thing. Real peace comes from addressing issues honestly. Artificial peace comes from pretending the issues do not exist. One creates stronger relationships. The other slowly weakens them. The problem with avoided conversations is that emotions do not disappear when they are ignored. If anything, they become stronger. A small frustration becomes irritation. Irritation becomes resentment. Resentment becomes distance. Distance becomes disconnection. What could have been resolved with one honest discussion eventually requires months or even years of repair. And sometimes the damage becomes permanent. Psychologists often describe avoidance as a short-term solution with long-term consequences. In the moment, avoiding discomfort feels rewarding. You escape the awkwardness. You avoid confrontation. You protect yourself from immediate stress. But the relief is temporary. The underlying issue remains exactly where it was. In many cases, it grows larger because nothing is being done about it. Imagine noticing a crack in the foundation of a house. You could address it early when it is manageable, or you could ignore it because dealing with it feels inconvenient. The longer it is ignored, the bigger the problem becomes. Relationships work the same way. Unspoken issues rarely stay small, they expand. One of the reasons difficult conversations feel so intimidating is because people imagine the worst possible outcome. They picture arguments, rejection, anger, broken relationships. They convince themselves that speaking honestly will destroy everything. Ironically, the opposite is often true. What destroys relationships more frequently is the accumulation of things left unsaid. People drift apart not because one difficult conversation occurred. They drift apart because 100 necessary conversations never happened. The distance forms slowly, almost invisibly. A person feels unheard but says nothing. A person feels hurt but says nothing. A person feels overwhelmed but says nothing. Months later, they are emotionally exhausted, and nobody around them understands why. The answer is usually hidden inside all the words that never left their mouth. What makes this pattern particularly painful is that many people who avoid conflict eventually become resentful toward those around them. They begin feeling unappreciated, unseen, taken for granted. But the people around them were often never given the opportunity to understand the problem. You cannot expect people to solve issues they do not know exist. You cannot expect people to respect boundaries that were never communicated. You cannot expect people to change behaviors that were never discussed. Yet many people quietly hope others will somehow figure it out on their own. When that does not happen, disappointment grows. The resentment feels justified, but much of it could have been prevented through honest communication. This does not mean every difficult conversation will go perfectly. Some people will react defensively. Some people will disagree. Some people will become upset. That is part of life. The goal of a difficult conversation is not to control the other person's reaction. The goal is to communicate truthfully. Too many people judge conversations based solely on whether everyone remains comfortable. But growth is rarely comfortable. Healthy relationships are not built on the absence of difficult discussions. They are built on the willingness to have them. Think about the strongest relationships you know. Whether they are friendships, marriages, family bonds, or professional partnerships, they likely have one thing in common. People speak honestly, not perfectly, not harshly, not constantly, but honestly. Problems are addressed before they become emotional landmines. Boundaries are communicated before resentment takes root. Concerns are expressed before frustration becomes bitterness. That honesty creates trust, because people know where they stand. They do not have to guess. They do not have to read minds. They do not have to interpret silence. The truth is that many people spend years protecting relationships from temporary discomfort while unknowingly exposing them to permanent damage. They sacrifice honesty to preserve harmony. They avoid tension to maintain appearances. They choose silence because it feels safer. But silence has a cost. Every conversation you avoid today often becomes a bigger conversation tomorrow. Every truth you refuse to speak tends to return in another form. Every unresolved issue continues demanding attention until it is finally addressed. Real peace is not created by avoiding difficult conversations. Real peace is created by having the courage to face them. Because sometimes the most destructive words are not the ones that are spoken. They are the ones that remain trapped inside you for years while the problem quietly grows. And by the time the silence finally breaks, the damage is often far greater than the conversation ever would have been. Depending on external success to feel worthy. Some people spend their entire lives climbing mountains they never wanted to climb. Not because they love the challenge, not because the goal genuinely matters to them, but because they have convinced themselves that reaching the top will finally make them feel enough. Enough successful. Enough respected. Enough admired. Enough worthy. They believe that somewhere in the future, hidden behind the next achievement, there is a version of themselves that will finally feel complete. So they keep running. The promotion will do it. The money will do it. The business will do it. The recognition will do it. The bigger house, the better title, the larger audience, the next accomplishment. Surely one of those things will finally create the feeling they have been chasing for years. But for many people, something strange happens when they arrive. The excitement fades. The satisfaction fades. The feeling of worthiness never fully arrives. And suddenly they need another goal. Then another. Then another. The chase continues because the real problem was never a lack of success. The real problem was expecting success to solve something it was never designed to solve. There is nothing wrong with ambition. There is nothing wrong with achievement. There is nothing wrong with wanting to build an extraordinary life. The danger appears when success becomes your source of self-worth. Because if your value depends on what you accomplish, then your value is constantly at risk. Every setback becomes a threat. Every failure becomes a personal crisis. Every mistake feels like evidence that you are not good enough. Instead of enjoying success, you become dependent on it. Think about how exhausting that is. Imagine waking up every day believing your worth must be earned again. No matter what you achieved yesterday, today requires new proof. The promotion is no longer enough. The business growth is no longer enough. The praise is no longer enough. Because the feeling never lasts. It cannot last. External success was never meant to carry the weight of your identity. Psychologists often talk about the difference between intrinsic and extrinsic sources of self-worth. Intrinsic worth comes from internal qualities, values, character, and self-respect. Extrinsic worth comes from things outside of you, such as status, money, achievements, appearance, and recognition. The problem with external validation is that it constantly changes. Markets change, jobs change, relationships change, public opinion changes, success changes. When your identity is built on things that can disappear, your sense of worth becomes fragile. You are always one setback away from questioning yourself. That is why some of the most accomplished people in the world still struggle with insecurity. From the outside, they appear successful. From the inside, they are terrified. Terrified that if they stop achieving, people will stop valuing them. Terrified that if they fail, they will discover they were never enough to begin with. So they work harder, push harder, achieve more. Yet the feeling remains. Because no achievement can permanently solve a problem rooted in self-perception. Imagine carrying a bucket with a hole in the bottom. You can keep pouring water into it forever, but it will never stay full. For many people, success works the same way. Every achievement creates temporary relief, temporary confidence, temporary satisfaction. Then the feeling leaks away, and the search begins again. What makes this emotional habit especially dangerous is that it often receives praise from society. People admire the hardworking person, the ambitious person, the high achiever, the person who never stops striving. Nobody sees the anxiety driving the behavior. Nobody sees the fear hidden underneath the accomplishments. Nobody sees the quiet belief that says, I have to keep proving my worth. So the cycle continues. Many people become trapped in a life where they are constantly achieving and rarely enjoying. They reach goals they once dreamed about and immediately move on to the next one. There is no celebration, no appreciation, no sense of arrival, only pressure. More goals, more expectations, more proof required. It becomes impossible to feel fulfilled because fulfillment keeps being postponed into the future. The mind says, I will feel worthy when this happens. Then it happens, and the mind creates a new condition. I will feel worthy when the next thing happens. Years pass this way. Sometimes entire lives. The saddest part is that people often overlook everything they already are because they are obsessed with what they have not yet become. They ignore their character, their kindness, their resilience, their growth, their integrity, their relationships. They reduce their entire value to measurable outcomes, numbers, titles, achievements, results. But human worth has never been measured that way. A person is not valuable because they are successful. A person is not valuable because they are wealthy. A person is not valuable because they are admired. Those things can enhance life. They cannot define life. The truth is that success feels very different when it comes from a place of self-respect instead of self-validation. When you already believe you have worth, success becomes an expression of your potential. When you doubt your worth, success becomes a desperate attempt to prove it. One creates fulfillment. The other creates addiction. That distinction changes everything, because a person who feels worthy only when they are winning will eventually be devastated by losing, and everyone loses sometimes. Everyone fails sometimes. Everyone experiences setbacks. Everyone encounters moments when life does not go according to plan. If your self-worth depends entirely on success, those moments become unbearable. But when your worth exists independently of your achievements, failure becomes an event instead of an identity. You can learn from it, recover from it, move beyond it, without questioning your value as a human being. The people who experience the deepest sense of peace are not always the most successful people. Often, they are the people who stop treating success as proof that they deserve to exist. They still work hard. They still pursue goals. They still strive for excellence. But their worth no longer hangs in the balance, because they understand something that many people spend years trying to learn. Achievements can enhance your life. They can open doors. They can create opportunities. They can bring satisfaction. But they can never provide a permanent answer to a question that should have been settled long before success ever arrived. The question of whether you are worthy. Because the moment you depend on external success to feel valuable, you place your self-worth in the hands of circumstances that were never meant to define you. Holding grudges long after the lesson is learned, some people get hurt and move forward. Others get hurt and carry the hurt with them for years. Not because they are weak, not because they enjoy suffering, but because somewhere along the way, They started believing that letting go means letting someone off the hook. So they hold on. They replay what happened. They remember every detail, every betrayal, every disappointment, every broken promise. Every moment they felt disrespected, abandoned, or treated unfairly. And they keep carrying it long after the event itself has ended. The strange thing about grudges is that they rarely feel harmful in the beginning. In fact, they often feel justified. Someone hurt you. Someone lied to you. Someone took advantage of your trust. Someone caused pain that never should have happened. Holding on to anger can feel like protection. It can feel like justice. It can feel like a way of making sure you never forget what happened. But over time, something changes. The lesson stays valuable. The grudge does not. And yet many people keep carrying both. That is where the damage begins. Because there is a huge difference between remembering a lesson and remaining emotionally trapped inside the pain that taught it. One helps you grow. The other keeps you stuck. Think about a person who was betrayed by someone they trusted. The experience teaches an important lesson about boundaries, judgment, and self-respect. Those lessons can become valuable parts of their life moving forward. But instead of taking the lesson and continuing the journey, they keep revisiting the wound. Years later, they are still angry, still replaying the situation, still imagining arguments that never happened, still carrying emotional weight connected to a chapter that ended long ago. The lesson was learned. The grudge remained, and that grudge slowly becomes part of their identity. Psychologists often describe grudges as a form of ongoing emotional attachment. Most people think holding a grudge creates distance from the person who hurt them. In reality, it often creates a strange connection. The person who caused the pain continues occupying mental space. They continue influencing emotions. They continue affecting thoughts. They continue controlling attention, even if they are no longer physically present. That is what makes grudges so deceptive. They feel like resistance, but often they are a form of attachment. Imagine someone carrying a heavy backpack everywhere they go because years ago they were afraid of forgetting something important. At first, the weight serves a purpose. It reminds them to be careful. It reminds them what happened. But eventually the reminder becomes unnecessary. The lesson has already been learned, yet they keep carrying the backpack. Not because it helps them, because it has become familiar. Many people do the same thing emotionally. They continue carrying anger that no longer serves a useful purpose, not because they need it, because they have become accustomed to it. The problem is that emotional weight affects everything. It affects how people view relationships, how they view trust, how they view the future. Someone hurt years ago may become suspicious of people who have done nothing wrong. Someone betrayed years ago may struggle to open up to trustworthy individuals. Someone disappointed in the past may approach every new opportunity expecting another disappointment. The original event ends. The consequences continue, not because of what happened, because of what is still being carried. What makes grudges especially painful is that they often disguise themselves as strength. People tell themselves they are refusing to forget, refusing to be naive, refusing to let history repeat itself. And there is truth in that. Forgetting lessons can be dangerous. Ignoring patterns can be dangerous. Pretending harmful experiences never occurred can be dangerous. But wisdom and bitterness are not the same thing. Wisdom remembers the lesson. Bitterness relives the pain. Wisdom says, I learned something important. Bitterness says, I will carry this forever. One creates growth. The other creates emotional imprisonment. Think about how many people allow old wounds to influence present happiness. A beautiful moment arrives, but an old resentment steals attention from it. A healthy relationship appears, but a past betrayal overshadows it. A new opportunity emerges, but previous disappointments make it difficult to trust. The grudge becomes a lens through which everything is viewed, and slowly life becomes smaller. Not because possibilities disappeared, because old pain occupies too much space. One of the hardest truths people eventually face is that holding a grudge does not change the past. It does not undo the betrayal. It does not reverse the mistake. It does not erase the hurt. No amount of resentment can alter what already happened. Yet many people continue carrying it, as if they are waiting for a different outcome, as if enough anger will somehow rewrite history. But history remains unchanged. The only thing changing is the person carrying the burden. This does not mean forgiveness is easy. And it certainly does not mean excusing harmful behavior. Those are entirely different things. Forgiveness does not necessarily mean reconciliation. It does not mean trust must be restored. It does not mean boundaries disappear. Sometimes forgiveness simply means refusing to allow an old injury to keep controlling your emotional life. It means deciding that the pain has taken enough already, because there comes a point when the person who hurt you is no longer causing the suffering. The memory is, the replaying is, the attachment is, and recognizing that truth can be uncomfortable, but it can also be liberating. The strongest people are not always the ones who remember every offense. Often they are the ones who know when a lesson has served its purpose. They take the wisdom. They keep the boundaries. They remember what they learned. And then they put down the weight they no longer need to carry. Because some burdens teach you something valuable. But once the lesson is learned, continuing to carry the burden does not make you stronger. It only makes the journey heavier. And there is a profound difference between honoring what happened and allowing it to follow you for the rest of your life. The moment you learn that difference is often the moment you finally begin moving forward. Assuming the worst before anything happens, before the conversation even begins, they expect it to go badly. Before the opportunity arrives, they expect it to fail. Before the relationship has a chance to grow, they expect it to end. Before life unfolds, they have already imagined the disaster. For some people, this becomes such a normal part of daily life that they barely notice they are doing it. It feels like preparation. It feels like caution. It feels like being realistic. But often, it is something much more destructive. It is the habit of assuming the worst before reality has even had a chance to speak for itself. The strange thing about this habit is that it usually develops from a desire to avoid pain. Somewhere along the way, a person learns that disappointment hurts, rejection hurts, failure hurts, loss hurts, so the mind creates a strategy. Expect the worst first. That way, if something bad happens, you will be ready for it. At least that is what the mind promises. But that promise is misleading, because expecting pain does not protect you from pain. It simply makes you experience it twice, once in your imagination, and again if it actually happens. Think about how many people spend hours worrying about conversations that never become difficult. They rehearse arguments that never occur. They anticipate rejection that never comes. They predict disasters that never happen. Their minds create entire stories based on fear rather than facts. And emotionally, those stories feel real. The body reacts. Stress increases. Sleep becomes harder. Anxiety grows. all because of events that exist only in possibility. Imagine receiving a message that says we need to talk. Immediately, the mind starts racing. Something is wrong. I am in trouble. They are upset with me. Bad news is coming. Hours of anxiety follow. Then the conversation happens, and it turns out to be completely harmless. Yet the emotional suffering already occurred, not because of reality, because of anticipation. This is what makes worst-case thinking so exhausting. It forces people to live through imaginary problems as though they are actual ones. Psychologists often refer to this pattern as catastrophizing. It happens when the mind automatically jumps to the most negative outcome available and treats it as the most likely outcome. A small issue becomes a disaster. A possibility becomes a certainty. An uncertainty becomes a threat. The mind stops asking what might happen and starts acting as though the worst outcome has already been decided. The problem is that life contains uncertainty. No one knows exactly what will happen tomorrow. No one knows how every conversation will unfold. No one knows how every opportunity will turn out. No one knows how every relationship will develop. But people who constantly assume the worst treat uncertainty as evidence of danger. If they do not know what will happen, they assume something bad will happen, and that assumption quietly shapes their entire life. Think about the opportunities people never pursue because they already convinced themselves they will fail. The businesses never started, the relationships never explored, the dreams never attempted, the conversations never initiated, not because failure actually occurred, because failure was imagined so vividly that it felt real enough to avoid. Fear became the decision maker. What makes this even more tragic is that the mind rarely applies the same logic in the opposite direction. People do not usually assume the best outcome with equal certainty. They do not automatically conclude that everything will work out perfectly. Instead, the negative possibilities receive all the attention, all the emotional energy, all the mental focus. As a result, life begins to feel more dangerous than it actually is. Every challenge looks bigger. Every uncertainty looks riskier. Every setback looks more permanent. The world becomes filtered through expectation rather than reality. And over time, confidence begins to disappear. Because confidence is not the belief that nothing bad will ever happen. Confidence is the belief that you can handle what happens. People who assume the worst often underestimate their own resilience. They focus so much on possible problems that they forget their ability to adapt. They imagine failure, but they do not imagine recovery. They imagine rejection, but they do not imagine growth. They imagine loss, but they do not imagine healing. Their mental movie always stops at the painful moment. It never continues to the part where they survive it. That creates unnecessary fear, because most people have already overcome challenges that once seemed impossible. They have survived heartbreak, disappointment, embarrassment, failure, uncertainty. Yet somehow the mind keeps acting as though the next challenge will be the one that destroys them. The truth is that assuming the worst rarely prevents suffering. More often, it multiplies suffering. It steals joy from good moments. It creates stress before problems exist. It turns possibilities into threats. And it keeps people trapped inside futures that have not happened. Some of the happiest moments in life begin as uncertainties. New friendships, new relationships, new careers, new opportunities, new chapters. None of them come with guarantees. If people waited until they were certain everything would work out, they would never move forward at all. The people who experience the most freedom are not necessarily the people with the easiest lives. They are often the people who stop demanding certainty before taking action. They stop treating uncertainty as danger. They stop assuming every unknown outcome hides a disaster. They learn to let reality reveal itself instead of rushing to write the ending in advance. Because the truth is that many of the things you are worried about right now will never happen. Many of the disasters your mind creates will never arrive. Many of the fears that feel overwhelming today will eventually prove unnecessary. And even when life does become difficult, your ability to handle it is usually far greater than your fear allows you to believe. The future has enough real challenges without filling it with imaginary ones, and the habit of assuming the worst before anything happens does not make life safer. It simply turns every unopened door into a threat and every unknown possibility into a source of fear. The moment you stop predicting disaster at every turn is often the moment you finally give life permission to surprise you. Sacrificing your needs to earn acceptance. Some people spend so much time taking care of everyone else that they forget they exist. Not physically. Emotionally. They become experts at noticing what other people need. They know when someone is upset. They know when someone needs support. They know how to make people comfortable, how to avoid conflict, how to keep relationships running smoothly. But when it comes to their own needs, something strange happens. They ignore them, minimize them, delay them, apologize for them. Eventually, they start acting as though their needs matter less than everyone else's. And they do it for one reason more than any other. They want to be accepted. At first, this habit can look admirable. The person seems generous, selfless, giving, always available, always willing to help, always putting others first. People praise them for it. People appreciate them for it. People describe them as kind and dependable. What nobody sees is the emotional cost hiding underneath. Because every time a person abandons their own needs to gain approval, they make a silent trade. They exchange authenticity for acceptance. And over time, that trade becomes incredibly expensive. Think about how often this happens. Someone is exhausted but agrees to help anyway. Someone feels overwhelmed but says yes to another responsibility. Someone feels hurt but stays quiet because they do not want to create tension. Someone desperately needs rest but keeps showing up for everyone else. The pattern repeats again and again. Not because they genuinely want to, because they are afraid of what might happen if they stop. Afraid people will be disappointed. Afraid people will become upset. Afraid people will leave. Afraid people will see them differently. So they keep giving and giving and giving until there is almost nothing left to give. The sad reality is that many people learn this pattern early in life. They discover that approval feels good. They notice that being helpful earns praise. They realize that meeting other people's expectations creates a sense of belonging. Over time, they begin associating love with performance, acceptance with sacrifice, worth with usefulness. The message becomes deeply rooted. If I keep giving, people will value me. If I keep helping, people will stay. If I keep meeting everyone's needs, I will be accepted. The problem is that relationships built on constant self-sacrifice often become unbalanced. People get used to receiving. The giver gets used to providing, and eventually the entire relationship starts depending on one person ignoring themselves. That is not connection. That is exhaustion disguised as kindness. Psychologists often talk about people pleasing as a coping strategy. It develops because it works in the short term. Being agreeable can reduce conflict. Being accommodating can earn approval. Being self-sacrificing can create temporary feelings of security. But the long-term consequences are often painful. Resentment begins to grow, not necessarily toward other people, toward yourself, because deep down, you know how much you are giving up. You know how often you are saying yes when you want to say no. You know how many boundaries you are ignoring. You know how many times you have chosen acceptance over honesty. And eventually, that internal conflict becomes impossible to ignore. One of the cruelest parts of this habit is that the more a person sacrifices themselves, the less they feel truly known. People appreciate the version of them that is always available, always helpful, but always accommodating. But very few people get to know who they really are, because the real person is hidden behind the performance. Imagine spending years becoming exactly what everyone wants while secretly feeling unseen. That is what many people experience. They receive approval, but they do not receive understanding. They receive praise, but they do not receive genuine connection, because people are responding to the role they play rather than the person they are. The irony is heartbreaking. The acceptance they worked so hard to earn never feels fully satisfying, because deep down they know it was earned through self-abandonment, not authenticity. Think about how exhausting it is to constantly monitor everyone else's emotions, to constantly worry about disappointing people, to constantly feel responsible for keeping everyone happy. Eventually, life starts feeling like a full-time job, a job where the expectations never end, a job where saying no feels dangerous, a job where your own needs are always pushed to the bottom of the list, and no matter how much you give, there is always another request waiting, another expectation, another responsibility, another opportunity to prove your worth. The cycle becomes endless. What makes this pattern particularly destructive is that it teaches people to seek value outside themselves. Instead of believing they deserve love because they are human, they begin believing they deserve love because they are useful. That belief changes everything, because usefulness can fluctuate. Energy fluctuates. Availability fluctuates. Capacity fluctuates. Nobody can give endlessly forever. And when a person's identity depends on being needed, any inability to meet expectations feels terrifying. They fear becoming disappointing, forgettable, replaceable, unwanted. But real acceptance does not require constant sacrifice. Real relationships do not demand self-abandonment as an entry fee. Healthy connections allow space for boundaries, for honesty, for personal needs, for individuality. They do not require someone to shrink themselves in order to belong. The people who eventually break free from this habit often discover something surprising. Most of the rejection they feared never actually happens. Some relationships change, yes. Some people become uncomfortable when boundaries appear. Some people leave when the endless giving stops, but those departures reveal something important. Many of those connections were dependent on sacrifice rather than mutual respect. And that truth, while painful, is also freeing, because it allows a person to stop performing, to stop earning, to stop proving, and to finally ask a question they may have ignored for years. What do I need? Not what does everyone else need? Not what will make everyone else happy? Not what will gain approval? What do I need? For many people, that question feels unfamiliar. But it is the beginning of something important, because the moment you stop sacrificing your needs to earn acceptance is often the moment you discover that genuine acceptance never required that sacrifice in the first place. The people who truly value you do not need you to disappear in order to stay. And the version of yourself that you keep abandoning to please everyone else is the very person who has been waiting the longest to be heard. Feeling guilty whenever you put yourself first, for some people, taking care of themselves feels strangely wrong. Not because they do not need rest, not because they do not need boundaries, not because they do not deserve time, energy, or attention, but because somewhere along the way they learn to associate self-care with selfishness. So every time they choose themselves, guilt shows up. They say no to a request they do not have the energy for, and guilt appears. They take time to rest instead of helping someone else, and guilt appears. They prioritize their own goals, their own health, their own peace of mind, and guilt appears. It happens so automatically that many people barely question it. They simply assume that putting themselves first must be wrong. After all, if everyone else is happy and you choose yourself, does that make you selfish? If someone is disappointed because of your decision, does that mean you did something bad? If you stop carrying responsibilities that were never yours to begin with, should you feel guilty? For many people, the answer feels like yes, and that belief quietly destroys their emotional well-being, because it turns every healthy decision into an internal battle. Think about how exhausting it is to constantly feel responsible for everyone else's feelings, to feel responsible for their happiness, their comfort, their expectations, their reactions, their approval. Eventually, life becomes less about what is healthy for you and more about what keeps everyone else satisfied. The moment you start making decisions based entirely on avoiding guilt, you stop living your own life. You start managing other people's emotions instead. The strange thing is that many people do not even realize where this pattern comes from. Often, it begins early. Maybe they were praised for always being helpful. Maybe they were expected to put others first. Maybe they learned that love was earned through sacrifice. Maybe they discovered that meeting everyone's needs created approval and acceptance. Over time, a message becomes deeply embedded. Good people put themselves last. Good people never disappoint anyone. Good people always give more than they take. Good people sacrifice. At first glance, those ideas sound noble, but taken to the extreme, they become dangerous. Because a person who always comes last eventually stops mattering in their own life. Their needs become optional. Their exhaustion becomes normal. Their stress becomes invisible. Their well-being becomes something they will deal with later. The problem is that later rarely arrives. Psychologists often talk about guilt as an emotional signal. Healthy guilt appears when we violate our values or genuinely harm someone. It encourages accountability and helps maintain healthy relationships. But unhealthy guilt is different. Unhealthy guilt appears when you are not doing anything wrong. It appears when you set a reasonable boundary. It appears when you protect your time. It appears when you decline responsibilities that are not yours. It appears when you choose your own well-being over endless self-sacrifice. In other words, the guilt is not always evidence that you made a bad choice. Sometimes it is evidence that you are breaking an unhealthy pattern. That distinction is important because many people mistake discomfort for wrongdoing. They feel guilty, so they assume they must be wrong. But emotions are not always accurate indicators of reality. Imagine someone who has spent years saying yes to everything, every request, every favor, every obligation. Then one day they finally say no. Of course it feels uncomfortable. Of course guilt appears. They are doing something unfamiliar. But unfamiliar does not mean unhealthy. In fact, it may be exactly what they need. One of the biggest reasons people struggle with putting themselves first is that they fear disappointing others. They imagine rejection, criticism, conflict. They worry that people will think less of them, so they continue overextending themselves. They continue exhausting themselves. They continue neglecting themselves, all to avoid temporary discomfort. The irony is that this often creates deeper problems. Resentment begins to grow. Burnout begins to grow. Frustration begins to grow. The person keeps giving externally while becoming increasingly depleted internally. Eventually, they start feeling trapped by the very relationships they worked so hard to maintain. Not because the relationships are necessarily unhealthy, because they never allowed themselves to exist within them honestly. They taught everyone around them that their needs would always come last. And now they are living with the consequences. Think about how many people spend years waiting for permission to prioritize themselves, permission to rest, permission to set boundaries, permission to protect their energy, permission to pursue their own goals. The truth is that permission may never come, not because others are cruel, because many people benefit from your inability to say no. When you are always available, people adjust to that availability. When you are always giving, people adjust to that generosity. When you are always sacrificing, people adjust to that sacrifice. The moment you change the pattern, some people may not like it. And that is okay. Because healthy boundaries are not measured by whether everyone approves of them. They are measured by whether they protect your well-being. One of the most important realizations a person can have is that caring for yourself and caring about others are not opposites. You do not have to choose one or the other. You can be compassionate without abandoning yourself. You can be generous without depleting yourself. You can be supportive without becoming responsible for everyone. You can love people deeply while still respecting your own needs. In fact, the healthiest relationships often depend on that balance, because people who constantly ignore their own needs eventually have less patience, less energy, and less emotional capacity to give. Taking care of yourself is not a betrayal of others. It is often what allows you to show up as your best self. The people who find lasting peace eventually stop treating their own needs like an inconvenience. They stop apologizing for having limits. They stop feeling ashamed for protecting their time. They stop viewing self-respect as selfishness. And slowly, the guilt begins to lose its power. Not because they stop caring about others, because they finally start caring about themselves too. The truth is that putting yourself first occasionally does not make you selfish. It makes you human. And if choosing your own well-being always fills you with guilt, it may be worth asking whether the guilt is actually protecting your values or simply protecting a pattern that has been hurting you for far too long. Because a life spent taking care of everyone except yourself is not generosity. It is neglect with a noble disguise, and sooner or later, the person paying the highest price for it is always you. Mistaking emotional intensity for genuine connection, some relationships feel powerful from the very beginning. The conversations are nonstop. The emotions are overwhelming. The attraction feels magnetic. The highs are unforgettable. Everything happens fast. It feels exciting. It feels important. It feels like destiny. And that is exactly why so many people mistake it for something deeper than it actually is. Because emotional intensity and genuine connection are not the same thing. Yet countless people spend years confusing one for the other. The mistake is understandable. Strong emotions are hard to ignore. When someone makes your heart race, occupies your thoughts all day, and creates emotional highs unlike anything you have experienced before, it is easy to assume you have found something rare and meaningful. But intensity can come from many places, not all of them healthy, not all of them sustainable, and not all of them love. Think about how many people describe toxic relationships as the most intense relationships of their lives. Constant uncertainty, constant emotional swings, constant conflict followed by reconciliation, constant anxiety mixed with excitement. One day they feel deeply loved. The next day they feel completely rejected. The emotional roller coaster becomes addictive. The unpredictability creates obsession. And because the emotions are so strong, they assume the connection must be strong too. But strong emotions do not automatically mean strong relationships. In fact, some of the most emotionally intense relationships are built on instability rather than intimacy. Psychologists have long observed that uncertainty can increase emotional fixation. When affection is inconsistent, people often become more focused on obtaining it. The relationship starts to feel incredibly important because the brain becomes preoccupied with securing the next moment of closeness. The person is not just experiencing connection, they are experiencing pursuit. And pursuit can feel remarkably similar to love when you are inside it. Imagine someone who receives affection unpredictably. Sometimes they feel adored, sometimes they feel ignored, sometimes they feel secure, sometimes they feel abandoned. The emotional highs become incredibly rewarding because they arrive after periods of uncertainty. Over time, the person starts craving those highs, not realizing that what they are chasing is relief rather than connection. Relief from anxiety, relief from uncertainty, relief from fear, and relief is not the same thing as intimacy. This is one reason healthy relationships can initially feel less exciting to people who are accustomed to emotional chaos. Healthy relationships often contain stability, consistency, reliability, predictability. There is less guessing, less chasing, less emotional drama. To someone used to intensity, that stability can feel unfamiliar. Sometimes it even feels boring. Not because the connection is weaker, because the nervous system has become accustomed to emotional extremes. The mind starts associating turbulence with passion, conflict with chemistry, uncertainty with attraction, and calmness with a lack of connection. That misunderstanding can have serious consequences. People begin pursuing relationships that create powerful emotions rather than relationships that create genuine trust. They become attached to excitement rather than compatibility. They become addicted to intensity rather than intimacy. And those are very different things. Think about what genuine connection actually requires: trust, respect, emotional safety, honesty, consistency, mutual effort. These qualities do not always create dramatic emotional experiences. In fact, many of them create the opposite. They create peace. The problem is that peace often receives less attention than intensity. A dramatic argument captures attention. A stable conversation does not. An emotional high captures attention. A steady sense of trust does not. As a result, many people overlook the relationships that could actually support them while becoming obsessed with the relationships that keep them emotionally activated. The irony is painful. The relationship that feels most overwhelming is not always the healthiest. The relationship that feels calm is not always lacking depth. One can create addiction. The other can create security. And security is often misunderstood because it does not produce constant emotional fireworks. One of the clearest signs that someone is mistaking intensity for connection is how much of the relationship revolves around emotional extremes. The person constantly wonders where they stand. They constantly seek reassurance. They constantly analyze messages, interactions, and changes in behavior. Their emotional state depends heavily on the other person's actions. A good interaction creates euphoria. A disappointing interaction creates distress. Everything feels amplified. Everything feels urgent. Everything feels significant. But beneath all of that emotional activity, something important may be missing: actual understanding. Because genuine connection is not measured by how intensely someone makes you feel. It is measured by how deeply you know each other, how honestly you communicate, how consistently you show up for one another, how safe you feel being yourself, how much trust exists when life becomes difficult. Those things rarely receive the same attention as dramatic emotions. Yet they are the foundation of meaningful relationships. Think about the strongest connections in your life. The people you truly trust. The people who genuinely know you. The people who support you when things fall apart. The bond often feels different from obsession, different from infatuation, different from emotional chaos. There is stability. There is reliability. There is confidence that the relationship does not need constant testing to prove its value. That is what real connection often looks like. Not a constant emotional storm, but a steady presence that remains even when the excitement fades. The danger of chasing intensity is that it can keep people trapped in cycles that never truly satisfy them. They keep pursuing stronger emotions, more excitement, more chemistry, more drama, believing those experiences will eventually lead to fulfillment. But fulfillment rarely comes from emotional extremes alone. It comes from feeling understood, accepted, respected, safe, valued. And those experiences are often quieter than people expect. The truth is that emotional intensity can be part of a meaningful connection, but it is not proof of one. Some of the strongest bonds develop slowly. Some of the healthiest relationships feel surprisingly calm. Some of the deepest connections are built through consistency rather than excitement. And the moment you stop measuring relationships by how intensely they make you feel is often the moment you begin recognizing the difference between being emotionally overwhelmed and being genuinely connected. Because one can consume your attention, the other can nourish your life. And confusing the two has led countless people to chase storms while overlooking the shelter they were actually looking for. Refusing to forgive yourself for past versions of you. There are people who would never speak to others the way they speak to themselves. They would show compassion to a friend, patience to a stranger, understanding to someone who made a mistake. But when it comes to their own past, all of that kindness disappears. Instead, they become their own harshest judge, their own toughest critic, their own lifelong prosecutor. Years pass, yet they continue putting themselves on trial for things they can no longer change. A mistake they made, a decision they regret, a relationship they mishandled, an opportunity they wasted, a version of themselves they are ashamed of. The event may be over. The punishment never is. This is one of the most painful emotional habits a person can develop because it creates a prison with no release date. Every day becomes another reminder of who they used to be. Every memory becomes evidence against them. Every regret becomes another reason they believe they do not deserve peace. The strange thing is that many people think this self-punishment is necessary. They believe that if they stop feeling guilty, they are excusing what happened. They believe that if they forgive themselves, they are pretending the mistake never existed. They believe that carrying shame proves they have learned their lesson. But that is not how growth works. Growth requires honesty. Growth requires accountability. Growth requires reflection. It does not require lifelong self-hatred. Think about how often people judge their past selves using knowledge they only gained afterward. They look back at a decision and think, how could I have been so stupid? They look back at a relationship and think, I should have known better. They look back at a mistake and think, I cannot believe I did that. But of course they can see it now. They are looking backward with experience they did not have at the time. The person making that mistake was operating with less knowledge, less wisdom, less emotional maturity, less understanding. Yet many people expect their past selves to have possessed the awareness they only developed later. It is an impossible standard, and it creates endless self-condemnation. Psychologists often talk about hindsight bias, the tendency to view past events as more predictable than they actually were. Once we know the outcome, it feels obvious. We convince ourselves we should have seen it coming. But life does not happen in hindsight. Life happens in uncertainty. People make decisions based on the information they have, the emotional state they are in, and the level of awareness they possess at that moment. Sometimes they choose wisely. Sometimes they do not. That is part of being human. Yet some people refuse to grant themselves the same understanding they would immediately offer someone else. Imagine meeting the version of yourself from 10 years ago. The version who made those mistakes. The version who believed things that were not true. The version who lacked the knowledge you have now. Would you really expect that person to behave exactly as you do today? Of course not, because growth has happened. Experience has happened. Life has happened. The very fact that you can recognize those mistakes now is evidence that you are no longer that person. But many people miss this completely. They keep identifying with an outdated version of themselves. They keep carrying shame for choices that no longer reflect who they are. They keep allowing old mistakes to define their present identity, as if growth never occurred, as if change never occurred, as if learning never occurred. The tragedy is that this habit can prevent people from fully living in the present. Every new opportunity becomes overshadowed by old regret. Every achievement feels diminished by past failures. Every positive step forward is interrupted by memories of who they used to be. No matter how much progress they make, part of them remains emotionally attached to an earlier chapter, a chapter they keep rereading, again and again. Imagine trying to drive forward while staring exclusively into the rearview mirror. Eventually, you stop seeing where you are going. That is what happens when old guilt becomes your primary focus. The past starts consuming the space meant for the future. What makes self-forgiveness so difficult is that many people misunderstand what it actually means. They think forgiveness means approval. It does not. They think forgiveness means pretending nothing happened. It does not. They think forgiveness means escaping responsibility. It does not. True self-forgiveness begins after responsibility has already been taken. It begins after the lesson has been learned. It begins after the mistake has been acknowledged. At that point, continuing the punishment serves no meaningful purpose. The lesson has already done its job. The suffering continues because the person refuses to put it down. And often, the reason they refuse is fear. Fear that letting go means becoming careless. Fear that releasing guilt means becoming irresponsible. Fear that compassion toward themselves will somehow erase accountability. but the opposite is usually true. People grow far more effectively through understanding than through endless shame. Shame tends to keep people trapped. It keeps them focused on who they were. Self-forgiveness allows them to focus on who they are becoming. That distinction changes everything. Because every human being has past versions they would not want to become again. Versions that were immature. Versions that were insecure. Versions that made poor decisions. Versions that hurt themselves or others. Versions that lacked wisdom. That is not evidence of failure. That is evidence of growth. The person you were 5 years ago was not supposed to remain unchanged. Neither was the person you were 10 years ago. Life is a process of learning, adjusting, failing, understanding, and evolving. The goal is not to look back and find perfection. The goal is to look back and see progress. And yet so many people deny themselves peace because they keep demanding perfection from a person who never had the chance to possess it. The truth is that your past self made choices with the awareness they had at the time. Some of those choices were good, some were painful. Some created consequences you still feel today. But none of them require you to spend the rest of your life carrying the same guilt. Because there comes a point when refusing to forgive yourself stops being accountability. It becomes self-punishment. And while accountability can help you grow, self-punishment rarely does. The person who made those mistakes cannot be changed. That version of you is gone. What remains is the person who learned from them, the person who survived them, the person who became wiser because of them. And if you continue punishing yourself forever, you risk forgetting the most important truth of all. You are not who you were. You are who you became after everything that happened. Taking responsibility for other people's emotions. There is a burden many people carry that was never theirs to carry in the first place. The burden of believing they are responsible for how everyone else feels. If someone is upset, they feel responsible. If someone is disappointed, they feel responsible. If someone is angry, stressed, frustrated, or unhappy, they immediately start searching for ways to fix it. Even when the problem has nothing to do with them. Even when they did nothing wrong. Even when the other person is simply experiencing a normal human emotion. Somehow, they still feel obligated to make it better. At first, this can look like compassion. It can look like kindness. It can look like emotional intelligence. But underneath, there is often something much deeper happening. A belief that other people's emotions are your responsibility to manage. And that belief quietly drains the life out of people. Think about how exhausting it is to constantly monitor everyone around you. To pay attention to every shift in mood, every change in tone, every sign of disappointment, every expression of frustration. The moment something feels off, your mind immediately goes to work. Did I do something wrong? Are they upset with me? How can I fix this? What should I say? What should I do? Your attention becomes trapped in a cycle of emotional surveillance. You stop relaxing. You stop being present. You stop focusing on your own emotional needs because you are too busy managing everyone else's. The strange thing is that many people who do this have good intentions. They genuinely care about others. They genuinely want people to be happy. They genuinely want to help. But caring about someone's emotions and taking responsibility for someone's emotions are two completely different things. One is healthy. The other becomes a trap, because human beings are supposed to experience emotions. People are supposed to feel disappointment sometimes. They are supposed to feel frustration sometimes. They are supposed to feel sadness anger, stress, and uncertainty. Those emotions are part of life. Yet people who feel responsible for everyone's emotional state often act as though negative emotions must be prevented at all costs. So they begin making decisions based on avoidance. They avoid saying things that need to be said. They avoid setting boundaries. They avoid expressing disagreement. They avoid protecting their own needs. Not because they do not know what they want, because they are terrified of making someone uncomfortable. The fear becomes stronger than the truth. Imagine wanting to say no but saying yes because someone might be disappointed. Imagine wanting to be honest but staying silent because someone might become upset. Imagine needing space but continuing to give because someone might feel rejected. Little by little, you begin abandoning yourself to protect other people's emotions. And eventually, that abandonment creates resentment. Psychologists often describe this pattern as emotional over-responsibility. It happens when people assume ownership over feelings they cannot actually control. The problem is that emotions are deeply personal experiences. They are influenced by a person's beliefs, expectations, experiences, stress levels, and countless other factors. You can influence someone's emotions. You cannot control them. And yet many people spend years trying. They work endlessly to keep everyone comfortable, everyone satisfied, everyone happy, only to discover that it is impossible. Because no matter how careful you are, people will still feel disappointed sometimes. People will still disagree with you. People will still become upset. People will still have emotional reactions. That is not failure. That is reality. One of the biggest reasons people take responsibility for others' emotions is fear. Fear of rejection. Fear of conflict. Fear of being viewed as selfish. Fear of losing relationships. So they become emotional caretakers. They rush to solve every problem, absorb every frustration, ease every discomfort. At first, people appreciate it. Who would not appreciate someone constantly trying to make life easier? But over time, something unhealthy happens. The emotional caretaker becomes overwhelmed, not because they are weak, because they are carrying emotional weight that was never meant to be theirs. Think about a person trying to hold everyone's luggage at an airport. Maybe they can carry 1 or 2 bags, maybe even 3, but eventually the weight becomes too much. The same thing happens emotionally. You cannot carry your emotions and everyone else's forever. Eventually something gives. Burnout appears. Exhaustion appears. Frustration appears. And often the person does not understand why. After all, they were only trying to help. What they fail to realize is that helping becomes harmful when it requires the constant sacrifice of yourself. The truth is that healthy relationships require emotional boundaries, not walls. Boundaries. A boundary says, I care about your feelings, but they are not my responsibility to manage. A boundary says, I can support you without carrying your emotions for you. A boundary says, I can love you without abandoning myself. That distinction is life-changing, because many people spend years believing that love means absorbing someone else's emotional experience. It does not. Love means being present, being supportive, being compassionate. But it does not mean becoming responsible for every feeling another person has. Think about how much freedom exists in understanding that someone can be disappointed with your decision, and you can still make the right decision. Someone can disagree with you, and you can still respect yourself. Someone can feel upset, and you can still maintain a healthy boundary. Those realities are uncomfortable at first, especially for people who have spent years measuring their worth by how happy they can keep everyone else. but they are necessary. Because your purpose is not to become an emotional shock absorber for the entire world. Your purpose is not to eliminate every negative feeling from every relationship. Your purpose is not to spend your life walking on eggshells to prevent discomfort. People are allowed to have emotions, even difficult ones, and they are capable of handling more than you think. The people who eventually find peace stop trying to manage every emotional reaction around them. They stop treating disappointment like an emergency. They stop treating conflict like a catastrophe. They stop treating someone else's unhappiness as proof they have done something wrong. Instead, they learn to separate compassion from responsibility. They care deeply without carrying everything. They support others without sacrificing themselves. They show kindness without making themselves emotionally accountable for every feeling in the room. And that changes everything, because the moment you stop taking responsibility for emotions that do not belong to you, you finally have enough energy to take care of the emotions that do, your own. And for many people, that is the responsibility they have been neglecting for far too long, waiting for motivation instead of managing emotions. There is a lie that quietly ruins more dreams than failure ever does. The lie is that one day you will wake up feeling ready. Ready to start, ready to change, ready to take action, ready to become the person you want to be. So people wait. They wait for confidence. They wait for inspiration. They wait for the perfect mood. They wait for motivation to arrive and magically solve the problem. Days pass. Weeks pass. Months pass. Sometimes years pass. And the life they want remains exactly where it was. Not because they are incapable. Not because they lack potential. Because they are waiting for an emotional state that was never designed to lead them consistently. Most people think successful people are motivated all the time. They imagine disciplined people waking up every morning full of energy, excitement, and determination. They assume productive people somehow feel different, more inspired, more confident, more driven. But the truth is much less glamorous. The people who accomplish meaningful things are not the people who always feel motivated. They are the people who learned how to act even when motivation is nowhere to be found. That distinction changes everything. Because motivation is unreliable, it comes and goes. Some days you feel unstoppable. Some days you feel exhausted. Some days you feel optimistic. Some days you feel discouraged. Some days you want to conquer the world. Some days you barely want to get out of bed. That is part of being human. The problem begins when people treat motivation like a requirement instead of a bonus. They tell themselves they will start exercising when they feel motivated. They will work on their goals when they feel motivated. They will improve their lives when they feel motivated. But motivation does not operate on a schedule. It rarely appears exactly when you need it. And if your progress depends entirely on motivation, your progress will always be inconsistent. Think about how many important things people do without feeling motivated. Parents take care of children when they are tired. Workers show up when they would rather stay home. Students study when they feel bored. People pay bills, keep commitments, and fulfill responsibilities regardless of how inspired they feel. Why? Because they understand something important. Feelings and actions are not always supposed to move together. Yet, when it comes to personal growth, many people forget this completely. They assume action should wait for emotion. In reality, action often needs to happen first. Psychologists have long observed that behavior can influence emotion just as much as emotion influences behavior. People often assume they must feel motivated before they act. But in many situations, action creates motivation rather than the other way around. A person starts exercising and begins feeling motivated afterward. A person starts writing and inspiration appears during the process. A person begins working on a difficult project and momentum develops once they are already moving. Waiting for motivation often delays the very actions that would create it. But there is another problem hidden underneath this habit. Many people are not actually struggling with a lack of motivation. They are struggling with emotions they do not know how to manage. Fear, self-doubt, anxiety, overwhelm, frustration, perfectionism. Those emotions create resistance, and instead of addressing the resistance, people simply label it as a lack of motivation. Imagine someone wanting to start a business. They tell themselves they are waiting for motivation. But what they are really feeling is fear of failure. Imagine someone wanting to pursue a dream. They tell themselves they are waiting for inspiration. But what they are really feeling is fear of judgment. Imagine someone wanting to improve their health. They tell themselves they are not motivated enough. But what they are really feeling is discouragement from previous attempts. The issue is not motivation. The issue is emotion, and emotions do not disappear just because you postpone action. They usually become stronger. The longer you wait, the bigger the task feels. The bigger the task feels, the more intimidating it becomes. The more intimidating it becomes, the more likely you are to delay it again. A cycle forms, a cycle that can quietly steal years from a person's life. One of the most damaging beliefs people carry is the idea that successful action should feel easy. That if something is right, they should naturally want to do it every day. But some of the most valuable actions in life feel difficult. Growth feels difficult. Discipline feels difficult. Change feels difficult. Healing feels difficult. That discomfort is not a sign you should stop. It is often a sign you are moving beyond your current limits. Think about how many opportunities disappear because someone waited for a feeling that never arrived. The book never gets written. The conversation never happens. The business never starts. The goal never gets pursued. The life they imagine remains trapped inside their head because they keep waiting for an emotional green light. Meanwhile, the people making progress are often feeling many of the same emotions: fear, doubt, uncertainty. The difference is that they do not treat those emotions as stop signs. They treat them as passengers. Passengers can come along for the ride. They just do not get to drive. That mindset creates freedom. Because once you stop expecting perfect emotional conditions, you stop giving emotions complete control over your actions. You can feel nervous and still begin. You can feel uncertain and still move forward. You can feel discouraged and still take the next step. You can feel unmotivated and still keep a promise to yourself. The people who build meaningful lives are not necessarily the people with the strongest motivation. Often, they are the people who learned how to manage their emotions without becoming controlled by them. They understand that motivation is wonderful when it appears. But they also understand that it is temporary. Discipline lasts longer. Commitment lasts longer. Consistency lasts longer. And most importantly, progress often begins long before motivation arrives. The truth is that waiting for motivation can feel safe because it allows you to postpone action without admitting you are postponing it. It gives delay a respectable name. But every day spent waiting is still a day spent waiting, and life has a way of moving forward whether you feel ready or not. At some point, The question stops being whether motivation has arrived. The question becomes whether you are willing to act despite the emotions standing in your way. Because the people who transform their lives are rarely the ones who felt motivated every day. They are the ones who stopped waiting for the perfect feeling and learned how to move forward with the feelings they already had. Romanticizing emotional suffering as depth or strength. Some people become so familiar with pain that they start treating it like proof of who they are. The more they suffer, the more meaningful they believe their life is. The more they struggle, the stronger they believe they are. The more emotionally exhausted they become, the more they convince themselves that the exhaustion is evidence of depth. Without realizing it, they begin romanticizing their suffering. Not because they enjoy being hurt, not because they want a difficult life, but because somewhere along the way, they started associating pain with value. They started believing that suffering makes them interesting, that struggle makes them important, that emotional wounds make them wiser than everyone else. And while pain can teach valuable lessons, turning suffering into an identity is one of the most destructive emotional habits a person can develop. Think about how often people admire stories of resilience. The person who overcame hardship, the person who survived heartbreak, the person who endured challenges and came out stronger. Those stories inspire us because they reveal the strength of the human spirit. But sometimes people misunderstand the lesson. The lesson is not that suffering itself is valuable. The lesson is that growth can emerge from suffering. Those are very different things. One celebrates healing, the other celebrates pain, and many people accidentally confuse the two. They begin seeing their emotional struggles as evidence of character, as evidence of wisdom, as evidence that they are somehow deeper than people whose lives appear more peaceful. The danger is subtle, because pain starts becoming something they protect instead of something they heal. Imagine a person who has been hurt repeatedly in relationships. Instead of processing the pain and moving forward, they begin building an identity around being the wounded person, the misunderstood person, the person who always suffers. Over time, the pain becomes familiar. It becomes part of how they see themselves, and anything that threatens that identity starts feeling uncomfortable. Even healing, because healing requires letting go of a story they have been carrying for years. Psychologists sometimes observe that people can become emotionally attached to familiar suffering, not because suffering feels good, but because familiarity feels safe. The human mind often prefers known discomfort over unknown change. Pain becomes predictable. Healing becomes uncertain. As strange as it sounds, some people remain emotionally stuck because suffering has become part of their sense of self. Without it, they are not entirely sure who they are. Think about the person who constantly revisits old heartbreaks, the person who repeatedly focuses on past betrayals, the person who defines themselves through their struggles rather than through their growth. Their suffering becomes a permanent residence instead of a temporary chapter. Years pass. Life continues. Opportunities for healing appear. Yet emotionally they remain anchored to experiences that happened long ago. Not because they cannot move forward, because part of them believes moving forward would diminish the significance of what they endured. The irony is painful. The very pain that once demanded healing becomes something they unconsciously preserve. What makes this habit particularly dangerous is that society often rewards it. People admire endurance. They admire sacrifice. They admire emotional toughness. and those qualities can absolutely be valuable. But somewhere along the line, many people absorb a distorted message. If suffering is admirable, then more suffering must be even more admirable. So they wear exhaustion like a badge of honor. They wear emotional wounds like proof of strength. They wear burnout like evidence of commitment. They wear sadness like evidence of depth. But pain itself is not the achievement. Surviving it is. Learning from it is. Growing through it is. There is a huge difference. Think about a broken bone. Nobody celebrates the fracture itself. They celebrate the recovery, the healing, the resilience required to rebuild. Emotional pain should be viewed the same way. The suffering is not the goal, the growth is. Yet many people become trapped in a mindset where peace feels suspicious. Happiness feels shallow. Contentment feels unearned. If life becomes calm, they start searching for problems. If things are going well, they wait for disaster. If healing begins, they question whether they deserve it. The nervous system becomes so accustomed to emotional struggle that stability feels unfamiliar, and unfamiliarity gets mistaken for emptiness. This is why some people unconsciously recreate suffering in their lives. They pursue chaotic relationships. They remain attached to painful situations. They dwell on wounds that have already taught their lesson. Not because they enjoy pain, because pain feels familiar, and familiarity often disguises itself as comfort. But there comes a point when suffering stops teaching. The lesson has already been learned. The growth has already occurred. The pain remains only because it has become part of the person's identity. That is when emotional suffering becomes a prison rather than a teacher. One of the most liberating realizations a person can have is that peace does not make you shallow. Healing does not make you weak. Joy does not erase your depth. And happiness does not invalidate everything you survived. Many people secretly fear that if they stop carrying their pain, they will lose an important part of themselves. But your pain is not your personality. Your wounds are not your identity. Your suffering is not your greatest achievement. The strength you developed because of those experiences will remain even after the pain is gone. The wisdom will remain. The resilience will remain. The lessons will remain. You do not have to keep the wound open to prove that it existed. You do not have to keep suffering to honor what you survived. And you do not have to remain emotionally exhausted to demonstrate strength. Real strength is not measured by how much pain you can carry. It is measured by your willingness to heal when healing becomes possible. Because carrying suffering forever is not courage. Sometimes courage is finally putting it down. The truth is that emotional depth does not come from how much you hurt. It comes from what you understand, what you learn, how you grow, and how you continue living after the pain has done its teaching. The people who experience the greatest freedom are often not the people who suffered the most. They are the people who stopped treating suffering as proof of their value and started allowing themselves to become more than the pain they once survived. Constantly doubting positive feedback and compliments. Have you ever noticed how some people can remember a single criticism for years, but dismiss 10 compliments in less than 10 seconds? Someone tells them they did a great job. They immediately assume the person is just being nice. Someone praises their talent. They tell themselves the praise is exaggerated. Someone admires their character. They wonder if the person really knows them. No matter how sincere the compliment is, it never fully lands. It bounces off, gets explained away, gets minimized, gets rejected before it has a chance to mean anything. And over time, this becomes more than a habit. It becomes a way of seeing themselves. Because when a person constantly doubts positive feedback, they are not really questioning other people's opinions. They are questioning the possibility that they might actually be worthy of those opinions. The strange thing is that most people assume low self-esteem looks obvious. They imagine someone openly criticizing themselves or constantly talking about their insecurities. But often, it appears in much quieter ways, like refusing to believe compliments, like distrusting encouragement, like feeling uncomfortable whenever someone says something positive. The reaction can seem humble from the outside, but underneath, something much deeper is happening. A person has developed a stronger relationship with their flaws than with their strengths. They know every mistake they have made, every insecurity, every embarrassing moment, every failure. They carry a detailed record of everything they think is wrong with them. So when someone offers praise, it clashes with the image they already hold in their mind. The compliment feels inaccurate. Not because it is inaccurate, because it does not match the story they have been telling themselves for years. Think about what happens when someone compliments a person who struggles with self-worth. Instead of accepting it, they immediately begin searching for reasons why it cannot be true. You are really talented. No, I just got lucky. You handled that situation well. Not really, I could have done better. You are a great person. If you knew me better, you would not say that. Every compliment gets filtered through self-doubt. Every positive observation faces resistance. Every kind word is placed on trial. Meanwhile, criticism often receives instant acceptance. Someone points out a flaw and the mind immediately says, "See, I knew it." Someone offers praise and the mind says, "That cannot be right." The imbalance is striking. Negative feedback gets treated as truth. Positive feedback gets treated as suspicion. Psychologists sometimes refer to this as a form of confirmation bias. People naturally pay more attention to information that supports what they already believe. If someone secretly believes they are inadequate, they become highly receptive to evidence that confirms that belief. Criticism feels believable. Compliments feel questionable. Praise feels suspicious. The mind accepts information that aligns with its existing narrative and rejects information that challenges it. That creates a painful cycle, because the person never allows positive feedback to update their self-image. No matter how many people appreciate them, they still feel unappreciated. No matter how much praise they receive, they still feel inadequate. No matter how much evidence exists, they continue believing the same negative story. Imagine carrying around a mirror that distorts your reflection. Everyone around you sees one thing. You see something completely different. People tell you that you are capable. You see weakness. People tell you that you are valuable. You see shortcomings. People tell you that you are enough. You see reasons why you are not. The problem is not that positive feedback is missing. The problem is that the feedback never reaches the place where it needs to go. One reason this habit becomes so destructive is that it prevents people from experiencing the emotional benefits of their accomplishments. Think about someone who works incredibly hard to achieve a goal. They succeed. People celebrate them. People acknowledge their effort. People express admiration. But instead of feeling proud, they focus on what could have been better. Instead of accepting recognition, they dismiss it. Instead of allowing themselves to enjoy the achievement, they immediately move the goalpost. The result is a life where success never feels satisfying. because every achievement gets reduced, every compliment gets questioned, every victory gets minimized. Nothing is ever enough. What makes this even more painful is that many people believe rejecting compliments protects them from arrogance. They think accepting praise means becoming conceited. But there is a huge difference between confidence and arrogance. Arrogance exaggerates strengths and ignores weaknesses. Confidence acknowledges both. Accepting a compliment does not require believing you are perfect. It simply requires acknowledging that positive qualities can exist alongside imperfections. And that is something many people struggle to do. They view themselves in extremes. If they are not flawless, they must be inadequate. If they make mistakes, they must be failures. If they have weaknesses, they must not deserve praise. But human beings have always been more complicated than that. You can be talented and still have flaws. You can be kind and still make mistakes. You can be successful and still have insecurities. You can deserve appreciation without being perfect. The people who constantly doubt compliments often spend years waiting until they feel worthy of receiving them. The problem is that worthiness does not arrive through perfection. It arrives through acceptance, through allowing yourself to acknowledge what is already true, through recognizing that positive feedback is not always a misunderstanding. Sometimes people genuinely see something good in you. Sometimes they notice strengths you overlook. Sometimes they recognize growth you fail to appreciate. And dismissing every compliment does not make those observations less real. It only prevents you from benefiting from them. The truth is that most people are far more willing to believe negative things about themselves than positive ones. They trust criticism because it feels familiar. They distrust praise because it feels uncomfortable. But comfort is not the same thing as truth. Sometimes the uncomfortable thing is hearing something good about yourself and realizing it might actually be true. The people who eventually develop genuine self-confidence are not the people who never receive criticism. They are the people who stop treating every compliment like a mistake. They learn to accept positive feedback without arguing with it. They learn to receive appreciation without immediately minimizing it. They learn to trust that not every kind word is an exaggeration, and slowly, they begin building a more balanced picture of who they are. Because if you reject every piece of positive evidence, you are not seeing yourself clearly. You are only seeing the version of yourself that your insecurities allow. And that version is almost always smaller than the truth. The moment you stop automatically doubting every compliment is often the moment you begin discovering that the people who believe in you may have been seeing something real all along. Using business to avoid emotional reflection. Some people are never still, not because their lives are unusually demanding. Not because every responsibility is unavoidable, but because being busy feels safer than being alone with their thoughts. So they keep moving, keep working, keep scrolling, keep planning, keep responding, keep filling every empty space with something, anything, as long as there is no silence. Because silence has a way of bringing things to the surface, the emotions they have been avoiding, the questions they do not want to answer, the pain they have been outrunning, the truths they have been postponing. And for many people, staying busy becomes the perfect escape. It looks productive. It looks responsible. It even earns praise from others. But underneath all the activity, something very different may be happening. They are not managing their emotions. They are avoiding them. Think about how often people say they are too busy to think about certain things. too busy to process a breakup, too busy to deal with grief, too busy to examine why they feel unhappy, too busy to ask themselves whether they are actually fulfilled. At first, this sounds reasonable. Life is busy. Responsibilities are real. There are bills to pay, deadlines to meet, and obligations to handle. But there is a difference between having a full life and using a full schedule as emotional camouflage. One is responsibility. The other is avoidance. The problem is that emotions do not disappear simply because they are ignored. They wait, quietly, patiently, underneath the surface. And eventually they demand attention. Think about a person who experiences a painful breakup. Instead of processing the loss, they immediately throw themselves into work. Long hours, constant projects, no downtime, no reflection. From the outside, it looks like they are handling things well. Maybe they even convince themselves they are. But months later, the sadness is still there. The hurt is still there. The unresolved emotions are still there, because staying busy delayed the pain. It did not heal it. Psychologists often describe emotional avoidance as a short-term coping strategy. It provides temporary relief because it distracts attention away from discomfort. The mind focuses on tasks, goals, and responsibilities instead of difficult emotions. The problem is that avoidance rarely solves anything. It simply postpones the conversation you eventually need to have with yourself. And the longer that conversation is delayed, the heavier it often becomes. Imagine receiving letters every day and throwing them into a closet without opening them. At first, the closet still looks manageable. But over time, the pile grows. Eventually, the door becomes difficult to close. Eventually, everything starts spilling out. Emotions work the same way. Every feeling that is ignored still exists. Every unresolved experience still takes up space. Every avoided truth continues waiting. What makes business such an effective distraction is that society rewards it. People admire productivity. They admire hustle. They admire constant activity. When someone is always working, always achieving, always occupied, others often assume they are thriving. Few people stop to ask whether all that activity is actually serving them or protecting them from themselves. The irony is that some of the busiest people are also carrying the heaviest emotional burdens. They are not working because they are inspired. They are working because slowing down feels unbearable. The moment the distractions disappear, uncomfortable feelings begin appearing. Loneliness, regret, fear, disappointment, sadness, uncertainty. So they stay busy, not because they love movement, because they fear stillness. Think about how many people cannot sit quietly for even a few minutes without reaching for a distraction. A phone, a television, a task, a conversation. Anything that prevents introspection. Anything that keeps attention pointed outward instead of inward. The issue is not the distraction itself. The issue is what the distraction is protecting them from. Because emotional reflection requires courage. It requires looking honestly at your life. It requires asking difficult questions. Am I happy? Am I living according to my values? Am I healing from what happened? What am I avoiding? What am I afraid to face? Those questions can be uncomfortable, sometimes painful, but they are also necessary. Without reflection, growth becomes difficult. Because growth begins with awareness. You cannot change what you refuse to acknowledge. You cannot heal what you refuse to feel. And you cannot understand yourself while constantly running from yourself. One of the most revealing moments in a person's life often occurs when there is nothing left to distract them. No work, no noise, no obligations, no entertainment. Just them and their thoughts. For some people, that experience feels peaceful. For others, it feels terrifying. Not because silence is dangerous, because silence reveals what business has been hiding. The emotions finally have room to speak. The truth finally has room to emerge. And sometimes what emerges is exactly what has needed attention for years. A person realizes they are burned out. A person realizes they are lonely. A person realizes they are grieving. A person realizes they are living a life that no longer fits who they are. These realizations are uncomfortable, but they are also valuable, because awareness creates the possibility of change. Avoidance does not. The truth is that emotional reflection is not weakness. It is not laziness. It is not self-indulgence. It is one of the most important forms of maintenance a person can practice. Just as the body needs recovery, the mind needs reflection. Just as wounds require treatment, emotions require attention. Ignoring them does not make them disappear. It simply allows them to quietly influence your life from the background. The people who experience the deepest sense of peace are not necessarily the people with the fewest problems. Often, they are the people who stop running from their internal world. They make space for difficult emotions. They allow themselves to process experiences. They create moments of honesty instead of filling every moment with activity. They understand that constant movement is not always progress. Sometimes it is escape. And there is a profound difference between building a meaningful life and using a busy life to avoid looking at the one you already have. Because no matter how many distractions you create, no matter how full your calendar becomes, and no matter how productive you appear on the outside, the conversations you avoid having with yourself eventually find a way to return. And when they do, all the business in the world cannot answer them for you. Expecting mind reading instead of communicating needs. One of the fastest ways to create disappointment in any relationship is to expect people to understand what you never told them. Yet people do it every day. They feel hurt when someone does not meet a need that was never communicated. They feel neglected when someone fails to notice something that was never expressed. They feel misunderstood when they never actually explained what was happening inside them. And over time, the disappointment grows. Not because people do not care, because people are being expected to read minds. The strange thing about this habit is that it rarely feels unreasonable to the person experiencing it. In fact, it often feels completely justified. They think, if this person really cared, they would know. If they truly loved me, they would understand. If I mattered to them, they would notice. The assumption sounds convincing, but it quietly creates impossible expectations. Because no matter how much someone loves you, they cannot consistently know what you never communicate. Human beings are not mind readers. They are interpreters. They make guesses. They notice patterns. They pay attention to behavior. But they still operate with incomplete information. And when communication disappears, assumptions take its place. That is where problems begin. Think about how many arguments start with one person saying something like, "You should have known." Those 4 words have damaged countless relationships. You should have known I was upset. You should have known I needed support. You should have known what I meant. You should have known what I wanted. Maybe they should have noticed. Maybe there were clues. Maybe they missed something important. But notice what often happens underneath the conflict. A need existed. The need was never clearly communicated. The other person failed to meet it, and disappointment followed. The pain is real, but the expectation was unrealistic. One of the biggest reasons people avoid communicating their needs is fear. Fear of rejection, fear of vulnerability, fear of appearing needy, fear of hearing no. Expressing needs requires exposure. It requires saying, "This matters to me. I need support. I need understanding. I need reassurance. I need help." And that level of honesty can feel uncomfortable. So instead of communicating directly, many people hope others will figure it out on their own. The logic seems simple. If they discover my needs without being told, then I will know they genuinely care. But relationships do not work that way. Care and mind reading are not the same thing. A person can deeply love you and still misunderstand you. A person can genuinely care about you and still miss what you need. A person can want the best for you and still fail to interpret your silence correctly. That does not automatically mean they are indifferent. It means they are human. Psychologists often describe communication as one of the foundations of emotional intimacy because it reduces the gap between what people feel internally and what others understand externally. The problem is that many people assume their internal experience is more visible than it actually is. They think their frustration is obvious. Their sadness is obvious. Their loneliness is obvious. Their needs are obvious. But what feels obvious from the inside is often invisible from the outside. Imagine carrying a heavy backpack underneath a jacket. You feel every ounce of weight, every strain, every discomfort. But the people around you only see the jacket. Unless you tell them about the backpack, they may never know it exists. Emotional needs work the same way. You experience them constantly. Others often cannot see them unless you communicate them. The tragedy is that many people repeatedly create situations where disappointment becomes almost inevitable. They stay silent. They wait. They hope someone notices. Nobody notices. Then they feel hurt. The hurt reinforces the belief that nobody understands them. Meanwhile, the people around them often have no idea what went wrong. They are being judged against expectations they never knew existed. And that creates frustration on both sides. One person feels ignored. The other feels confused. Neither person feels understood. The relationship suffers. What makes this habit especially damaging is that it can slowly turn loved ones into enemies in your mind. Every unmet expectation becomes another piece of evidence. They do not care. They do not listen. They do not understand me. But often, the issue is not a lack of care. It is a lack of communication. That distinction matters, because one problem requires changing people. The other requires changing behavior. And changing behavior is usually far more possible. Think about the healthiest relationships you know. Whether they are friendships, marriages, family bonds, or partnerships, one quality tends to appear again and again. People communicate. Not perfectly, not constantly, but honestly. They express needs before resentment develops. They ask for support instead of waiting for someone to guess. They clarify expectations instead of assuming understanding. That openness prevents countless misunderstandings before they begin. It also creates something many people desperately want: the opportunity to be known, because people cannot respond to needs they do not know exist. And they cannot understand parts of you that remain hidden. One of the most powerful shifts a person can make is replacing silent expectations with direct communication. Instead of hoping someone notices, tell them. Instead of waiting for someone to guess, explain. Instead of assuming they should know, help them understand. Yes, that creates vulnerability. Yes, it creates the possibility of disappointment. But it also creates the possibility of genuine connection. something silent expectations can never fully provide. The truth is that many relationships are damaged not by cruelty, neglect, or lack of love. They are damaged by unspoken needs, needs that remain trapped inside assumptions, needs that never become words, needs that slowly transform into resentment. The people who experience the strongest relationships eventually learn something important. Being understood is not about finding people who can read your mind. It is about learning how to share your mind clearly, honestly, directly, because expecting people to magically know what you need may feel safer than expressing it. But safety often comes at the cost of connection. And the very understanding you are hoping for usually begins the moment you stop waiting for others to guess and start giving them the chance to truly hear you. The relationships that thrive are rarely built on perfect intuition. They are built on communication. And no amount of love can consistently replace a conversation that never happened. Clinging to old identities that no longer fit, one of the strangest things people do is continue living as someone they no longer are. Not because they want to, not because it makes them happy, but because letting go of an old identity can feel like losing a part of themselves. So they hold on. They keep telling the same stories about who they are. The shy person, the broken person, the people pleaser, the failure, the victim, the perfectionist, the rebel, the caretaker, the person who always struggles, the person who never succeeds. Years pass, life changes, experience changes them, growth changes them. But the identity remains frozen, and without realizing it, they begin living according to a version of themselves that no longer exists. Think about how powerful identity really is. Your identity shapes what you believe you are capable of. It shapes the opportunities you pursue, the risks you take, the relationships you choose, the goals you believe are realistic. Most people do not make decisions based only on what they want. They make decisions based on who they believe they are. And that is where the problem begins. Because if your identity becomes outdated, your life can become outdated with it. Imagine someone who struggled with confidence as a teenager. Maybe they were insecure. Maybe they felt invisible. Maybe they constantly doubted themselves. Years later, they have developed skills, experience, and maturity. People respect them. They have achieved things they once thought were impossible. But internally, they still see themselves through the lens of that insecure teenager. So they continue holding back, continue doubting themselves, continue shrinking in situations where they no longer need to. Not because the old identity is true, because it feels familiar. The mind has a tendency to preserve old narratives long after reality has changed. Psychologists often describe identity as a mental framework that helps people make sense of themselves. The problem is that once a belief becomes part of your identity, your brain starts protecting it, even when it is no longer accurate. Especially when it is no longer accurate, because changing your identity requires uncertainty, and uncertainty makes people uncomfortable. Think about how many people continue introducing themselves to the world using stories written years ago. I am just bad with people. I have never been confident. I am always unlucky. I am not the kind of person who succeeds. I am too damaged. I am too old. I am too late. These statements often sound like observations, but many of them are actually outdated conclusions. Conclusions formed during specific moments in life. Moments that no longer represent who the person has become. Yet the story survives. And the story quietly controls behavior. One of the biggest reasons people cling to old identities is that familiarity feels safe. even when the identity is painful, even when it limits them, even when it causes suffering. It is familiar, and familiarity creates a strange sense of comfort. Imagine wearing shoes that no longer fit. At first they feel uncomfortable, then painful. Eventually they start affecting how you walk, but because you have worn them for so long, replacing them feels strange. That is how outdated identities work. They become uncomfortable, restrictive, even damaging. Yet people continue wearing them because they have forgotten what life feels like without them. The irony is that many people desperately want change while fiercely protecting the identity that prevents it. They want confidence while holding on to the belief that they are insecure. They want healthy relationships while holding on to the belief that they are unlovable. They want success while holding on to the belief that they always fail. The goal moves forward. The identity stays behind. And the conflict creates frustration because no matter how hard they try to change externally, the old identity keeps pulling them back. Think about how often people dismiss evidence that they have grown. Someone overcomes a challenge but still calls themselves weak. Someone develops confidence but still sees themselves as inadequate. Someone builds a healthier life but still identifies with old wounds. The growth is real. The identity has not caught up, and when identity lags behind reality, people struggle to recognize their own progress. What makes this emotional habit particularly destructive is that it can transform temporary experiences into permanent labels. A person fails and starts calling themselves a failure. A person gets rejected and starts calling themselves unlovable. A person struggles and starts calling themselves broken. The event ends. The label remains. Years later, they are still carrying definitions created during moments of pain. Definitions that were never meant to last forever. Because no single experience is large enough to define an entire human being. You are not the worst thing you have done. You are not the hardest thing you have survived. You are not the mistake you made. You are not the role you once played. You are not the identity you adopted during a difficult chapter. Human beings are constantly evolving, learning, adapting, growing. The person you are today should not be expected to remain identical to the person you were years ago. In fact, if growth is happening, it is impossible. One of the most freeing realizations a person can have is that identity is not a prison sentence. It is a story. And stories can be rewritten. Not by pretending the past never happened, not by denying previous experiences, but by allowing new experiences to become part of the narrative. Allowing growth to count. Allowing change to matter. Allowing yourself to become someone different. Many people spend years waiting for proof that they have changed. What they fail to realize is that the proof often already exists. The problem is that they keep measuring themselves against an outdated version of who they used to be. The people who experience the greatest transformation are often not the people who completely reinvent themselves overnight. They are the people who stop clinging to identities that no longer serve them. They stop treating old labels as permanent truths. They stop worshiping versions of themselves that belong to another chapter. And they give themselves permission to evolve. Because there comes a point when holding on to an old identity stops honoring your past. It starts limiting your future. The person you once were may have helped you survive, may have protected you, may have gotten you through difficult times. But survival identities are not always meant to become lifelong identities. Sometimes growth requires acknowledging a simple truth. You have changed, And the version of you that once made sense may no longer fit the person you are becoming. The moment you stop forcing yourself into an identity that no longer belongs to you is often the moment your life finally has room to grow into something new. Treating vulnerability as a sign of weakness. Some people would rather carry 1,000 pounds of emotional weight than admit they are struggling. They would rather suffer in silence than ask for help. They would rather pretend everything is fine than let someone see what is really happening inside them. Not because they do not need support, not because they do not feel pain, but because they have been taught to believe that vulnerability is weakness. So they hide. They hide their fears, their sadness, their insecurities, their disappointments, their loneliness. They become experts at appearing strong while quietly falling apart underneath the surface. And over time, that performance becomes exhausting. The strange thing about this belief is that it sounds convincing. After all, strength is often associated with control, composure, confidence, independence. People admire those qualities. They respect them. They aspire to them. So many people conclude that showing vulnerability must be the opposite. If strength means appearing unaffected, then admitting pain must mean weakness. If strength means handling everything alone, then asking for help must mean failure. If strength means always looking confident, then revealing insecurity must mean something is wrong. But that belief creates a trap, because it forces people to choose between being authentic and appearing strong. And eventually, the appearance becomes more important than the truth. Think about how many people spend years hiding parts of themselves, not because those parts are shameful, because they fear how others will react. They fear judgment, rejection, embarrassment, disappointment. So instead of opening up, they build walls. Walls that keep pain hidden. Walls that keep emotions hidden. Walls that keep people out. At first, those walls feel protective. But eventually they become isolating. Because the same wall that keeps hurt out also keeps connection out. That is the cost many people fail to see. The more they protect themselves from vulnerability, the harder it becomes to experience genuine intimacy. Relationships stay shallow. Conversations stay surface level. The real person remains hidden. And hidden people often feel unseen. Psychologists often describe vulnerability as one of the foundations of meaningful human connection. Not because vulnerability guarantees acceptance, but because it creates the possibility of being truly known. Without vulnerability, people can only connect with the version of you that you allow them to see. The mask, the performance, the carefully edited image. They cannot connect with the parts that remain concealed. And connection requires more than proximity. It requires honesty. Imagine trying to build a friendship while never revealing anything personal, never discussing fears, never discussing struggles, never discussing emotions. The relationship might survive, but it will rarely become deep. The same is true in every meaningful connection. Trust grows when people are willing to be seen, not just admired. Seen. The irony is that many people who fear vulnerability desperately want the very thing vulnerability creates. They want understanding, support, closeness, trust. They want people to know them deeply, but they refuse to reveal the parts that make deep understanding possible. It is like wanting someone to read a book while keeping every important chapter locked away. The connection they seek becomes impossible because the openness required to create it never happens. One reason people treat vulnerability as weakness is that they misunderstand what vulnerability actually is. They imagine vulnerability means emotional collapse. oversharing, dependency, a complete lack of control. But vulnerability is much simpler than that. It is telling the truth about your experience. It is admitting when something hurts. It is acknowledging uncertainty. It is expressing a need. It is allowing yourself to be honest even when honesty feels uncomfortable. None of those things require weakness. In fact, they often require tremendous courage. Think about what is easier: pretending everything is fine, or admitting that it is not, pretending you have all the answers, or acknowledging uncertainty, pretending you do not care, or revealing that something matters deeply to you. For many people, the performance is far easier than the truth. That is why vulnerability requires strength, because it involves risk, the risk of misunderstanding, the risk of rejection, the risk of judgment, and yet people choose it anyway, not because it guarantees a positive outcome, because it allows them to live honestly. What makes emotional armor so dangerous is that it often works in the short term. People avoid embarrassment, avoid difficult conversations, avoid exposing painful emotions. But the long-term consequences are significant. Loneliness grows. Disconnection grows. Misunderstanding grows. The person appears strong on the outside while feeling increasingly isolated on the inside, and often nobody knows, because nobody is allowed close enough to see it. Think about how many people secretly believe they must earn love by appearing perfect. They hide flaws, hide struggles, hide weaknesses, believing that if people saw the full picture, acceptance would disappear. But genuine connection rarely grows from perfection. It grows from authenticity. People connect with honesty, with humanity, with shared experiences, with the recognition that none of us have everything figured out. The relationships that last are usually not the ones built on flawless appearances. They are the ones built on truth. Truth about fears, truth about mistakes, truth about emotions, truth about being human. One of the most powerful realizations a person can have is that vulnerability does not make you fragile. Pretending all the time does, because maintaining a false image requires constant effort, constant monitoring, constant protection. Eventually, the weight becomes unbearable. The people who experience the deepest relationships are rarely the people who appear strongest all the time. They are often the people willing to say things like, "I am struggling. I need help. I do not know. I was wrong. I am scared." Those simple admissions create space for real connection, real understanding, real trust. The truth is that vulnerability is not the absence of strength. It is strength expressed differently. Anyone can hide behind a mask. Anyone can pretend. Anyone can avoid difficult truths. But allowing another person to see who you really are requires a kind of courage that many people spend years trying to develop. Because there comes a point when protecting yourself from vulnerability starts costing more than vulnerability itself. The walls that once felt safe begin feeling lonely. The mask that once felt protective begins feeling heavy. And the version of you that has been hidden for so long begins wanting something deeper than protection. It begins wanting connection. The moment you stop treating vulnerability as weakness is often the moment you realize that some of the strongest people you have ever met were not the ones who hid their struggles. They were the ones brave enough to reveal them. And that kind of courage has always been far more powerful than pretending you never needed anyone at all. Avoiding happiness because it feels unfamiliar. It sounds strange at first. Most people spend their lives chasing happiness, looking for it, working for it, dreaming about it. So why would anyone avoid it? Why would someone finally get the thing they wanted and then pull away from it. Why would a person sabotage a healthy relationship, reject a good opportunity, or create problems where none existed? The answer is uncomfortable. Because for some people, happiness is not frightening because it is bad. It is frightening because it is unfamiliar. And human beings often trust what is familiar more than what is healthy, even when that familiarity is hurting them. Think about someone who has spent years living in stress, years expecting disappointment, years dealing with chaos, criticism, rejection, or emotional instability. Over time, those experiences stop feeling unusual. They become normal. The person learns how to navigate them, how to anticipate them, how to survive them. Stress becomes familiar. Disappointment becomes familiar. Struggle becomes familiar. Then one day, something changes. Life gets better. A healthy relationship appears. An opportunity arrives. A period of peace begins. And instead of feeling relieved, they feel uncomfortable. Not because anything is wrong, because their nervous system does not know what to do with something that feels right. The mind starts searching for danger, searching for problems, searching for reasons why the happiness cannot last, and eventually it often finds them, or creates them. This is one of the most misunderstood emotional habits because it happens almost entirely beneath the surface. People rarely wake up and consciously decide to avoid happiness. Instead, they find reasons to push it away. They become suspicious of good things. They overthink positive experiences. They question healthy relationships. They expect disaster during peaceful moments. Without realizing it, they keep moving back toward emotional territory that feels familiar, even when that territory is painful. Psychologists sometimes refer to this tendency as a form of emotional conditioning. The brain becomes accustomed to certain emotional environments over time. When a familiar emotional pattern repeats long enough, it starts feeling predictable and safe, even if it is objectively unhealthy. Meanwhile, healthier experiences can feel uncertain simply because they are new. The mind mistakes familiarity for safety, and unfamiliarity for danger. That confusion quietly shapes countless lives. Imagine a person who grew up in an environment where love was inconsistent. Some days there was affection. Some days there was distance. Some days there was approval. Some days there was criticism. As an adult, they meet someone kind, stable, and emotionally available. The relationship is healthy, respectful, consistent, but something feels strange. There is no emotional roller coaster, no constant uncertainty, no dramatic highs and lows. Instead of feeling secure, they feel restless. Part of them starts wondering whether something is missing. Not because the relationship lacks depth, because stability feels unfamiliar. Their brain has spent years associating intensity with connection, chaos with passion, uncertainty with love. So when peace finally arrives, it feels almost suspicious. The same thing happens outside of relationships. A person finally achieves a goal they have been chasing for years. Instead of enjoying it, they immediately focus on what could go wrong. Someone receives recognition for their hard work. Instead of accepting it, they convince themselves they do not deserve it. Someone experiences a period of genuine happiness. Instead of embracing it, they prepare for disappointment. The good moment becomes overshadowed by fear. Fear that it will disappear. Fear that it is not real. Fear that something bad must be coming. What makes this habit so destructive is that it creates self-sabotage without obvious intention. The person is not trying to ruin their happiness. They are trying to regain emotional familiarity, and familiarity often wins battles that logic cannot. Think about how many people stay in unhealthy situations simply because they know how to survive them. They know the rules. They know what to expect. Even if the situation causes pain, it feels predictable. Growth, on the other hand, feels uncertain. Happiness feels uncertain. Peace feels uncertain. And uncertainty can trigger fear. This is why some people unconsciously create problems during the very moments they should be enjoying. Life becomes calm. They become anxious. Things start going well. They start expecting disaster. Success arrives. They start doubting themselves. The old emotional patterns begin pulling them backward. Not because they want suffering, because suffering feels familiar. One of the most important realizations a person can have is that discomfort does not always mean something is wrong. Sometimes discomfort is simply evidence that something is new. That distinction changes everything. Many people abandon happiness because they mistake unfamiliarity for danger. They assume that if peace feels strange, peace must be wrong. If stability feels boring, stability must be lacking. If happiness feels uncomfortable, happiness must not be real. But often the discomfort has nothing to do with the experience itself. It comes from adjusting to a healthier reality. Think about learning any new skill. At first it feels awkward, unnatural, uncomfortable. Not because it is bad, because it is unfamiliar. Emotional growth works the same way. A healthier life can initially feel uncomfortable to someone who has spent years living differently. A peaceful relationship can feel strange. Self-respect can feel strange. Success can feel strange. Joy can feel strange. But strange does not mean wrong. It simply means new. The people who eventually build fulfilling lives learn how to tolerate that unfamiliarity. They stop running back to old emotional patterns just because those patterns feel comfortable. They stop assuming every good thing is temporary. They stop treating happiness like a threat. Most importantly, they stop sabotaging the very things they have been hoping for. Because happiness is not always something you have to chase. Sometimes it is something you have to allow. The truth is that many people spend years trying to escape pain while unconsciously rejecting the peace that replaces it. Not because they prefer suffering, because suffering feels familiar. But your future should not be determined by what your nervous system learned in the past. And the fact that happiness feels unfamiliar does not mean it does not belong in your life. In many cases, it is simply a sign that you are finally stepping into a reality that is healthier than the one you left behind. And that discomfort you feel may not be a warning at all. It may be the feeling of becoming familiar with the very thing you have been searching for all along. Measuring your value by how much you endure. Some people have been praised for their suffering for so long that they no longer know how to value themselves any other way. They are admired for how much they tolerate, how much they sacrifice, how much they carry, how much pain they can withstand without breaking. People call them strong, resilient, reliable, selfless, and over time, those compliments begin shaping their identity. Without realizing it, they start believing that their worth comes from endurance. The more they suffer, the more valuable they feel. The more they sacrifice, the more deserving they feel. The more they give up, the more they believe they matter. At first, this mindset seems admirable. After all, endurance is important. Life requires resilience. There are moments when strength means continuing despite difficulty. There are times when perseverance changes everything. But there is a dangerous line that many people cross without noticing. A line where resilience stops being a skill and becomes a source of self-worth. a line where suffering becomes proof of value. And once that happens, people begin measuring themselves by how much pain they can tolerate rather than by how well they live. Think about how often society rewards endurance. The employee who never takes a break, the parent who sacrifices everything, the friend who is always available, the person who keeps going no matter how exhausted they become. These people are often praised, celebrated, admired, and while some of that admiration is deserved, it can unintentionally send a harmful message. The message that your value increases when your suffering increases. The message that rest is weakness. That boundaries are selfish. That taking care of yourself is somehow less noble than exhausting yourself for everyone else. Over time, people begin internalizing these ideas. They stop asking whether something is healthy. They start asking how much more they can endure. They remain in unhealthy relationships because leaving feels like quitting. They stay in jobs that are destroying them because walking away feels like failure. They carry responsibilities that should have been shared because asking for help feels weak. The suffering becomes a badge of honor, and badges of honor are difficult to put down. Psychologists often observe that people can become attached to identities that earn them approval. If someone receives recognition for being the strong one, the dependable one, or the person who never complains, they may begin protecting that identity at all costs, even when the cost is their own well-being, even when the role is hurting them, because losing the identity feels like losing part of themselves. Imagine someone who has spent their entire life being the person others rely on, the person who never says no, never asks for help, never shows weakness. At first, people admire them, but eventually something happens. The weight becomes too heavy, the exhaustion becomes too real, the emotional burden becomes impossible to ignore. Yet instead of stepping back, they often push harder, because they have convinced themselves that stopping would somehow make them less valuable. That is the trap. The person becomes addicted to proving their worth through endurance, and no matter how much they carry, it never feels like enough. There is always one more sacrifice to make, one more burden to accept, one more struggle to survive. The finish line keeps moving. The validation never fully arrives. One of the biggest problems with this mindset is that it teaches people to ignore important signals. Fatigue becomes something to push through. Stress becomes something to tolerate. Emotional pain becomes something to suppress. Needs become something to postpone. Instead of listening to themselves, they override themselves, again and again, until they can barely hear their own needs at all. Think about how strange this would seem in any other area of life. If a warning light appeared on a car dashboard, most people would pay attention. If a machine showed signs of damage, most people would stop and investigate. But when the human mind and body send signals of exhaustion, many people respond by demanding even more from themselves, as if the warning signs are evidence of weakness rather than evidence that something needs attention. What makes this emotional habit especially destructive is that it often disguises itself as strength. The person looks capable, responsible, dependable. Meanwhile, underneath the surface, they are burning out, not because they are incapable of handling challenges, because they have confused suffering with value. And those are not the same thing. Your value is not measured by how much pain you can absorb. It is not measured by how long you can ignore your needs. It is not measured by how exhausted you become in service of everyone else. Yet countless people live as though those things are true. They feel guilty when they rest. guilty when they set boundaries, guilty when they choose themselves. As if taking care of their well-being somehow diminishes their character. In reality, the opposite is often true. People who respect their limits tend to sustain their strength longer. People who honor their needs tend to show up more fully. People who allow themselves to rest often become more resilient, not less. Real strength is not endless endurance. Real strength includes knowing when something needs to change, knowing when a burden is too heavy, knowing when a relationship is unhealthy, knowing when a boundary is necessary, knowing when rest is required. Those decisions often require more courage than continuing to suffer. Because endurance is familiar, change is not. One of the most freeing realizations a person can have is that they do not need to earn their worth through pain. They do not need to prove their value through exhaustion. They do not need to justify their existence through sacrifice. Their value exists before the struggle, before the achievement, before the suffering, before the endurance. And once that truth begins to sink in, something powerful happens. Life stops becoming a contest of who can carry the most weight. It becomes a question of how to carry life in a healthier way. The people who find genuine peace eventually stop worshiping endurance for its own sake. They stop treating suffering like evidence of character. They stop measuring their worth by how much they can tolerate. Instead, they begin measuring life differently. By growth, by balance, by honesty, by self-respect, by the quality of their relationships, by the health of their inner world. Because there comes a point when enduring more pain does not make you stronger. It simply makes you more tired. And if your entire sense of value depends on how much suffering you can withstand, you may spend your whole life proving your strength while quietly destroying yourself in the process. True strength is not about how much pain you can survive. Sometimes true strength is finally deciding that survival is no longer enough and that you deserve something better than a life built entirely around endurance. Numbing emotional pain through constant distraction. Most people think emotional pain disappears when they stop thinking about it. So they stay busy. They keep scrolling, keep watching, keep working, keep consuming, keep distracting themselves every chance they get. The moment silence appears, they reach for something: a phone, a video, a conversation, a task, anything that keeps their mind occupied, anything that prevents them from feeling what is waiting underneath. And for a little while, it works. The pain becomes quieter. The discomfort fades into the background. The thoughts become less noticeable. It feels like relief. But it is not relief, it is delay. Because emotional pain has a strange characteristic. It does not disappear simply because your attention moves somewhere else. It waits, patiently, quietly, beneath the surface. And the longer it is ignored, the more influence it often gains. This is one of the most common emotional habits in modern life because distraction has never been easier. Every uncomfortable feeling can be interrupted within seconds. Feeling lonely, open an app. Feeling anxious, watch something. Feeling sad, scroll endlessly. Feeling uncertain, find another distraction. There is always another screen, another notification, another piece of content, another way to avoid being alone with yourself. At first glance, it seems harmless. After all, everyone needs entertainment. Everyone needs breaks. Everyone deserves moments of escape. The problem is not occasional distraction. The problem is using distraction as emotional anesthesia, using it to numb experiences that need attention, using it to avoid conversations that need to happen inside your own mind. Think about how many people can sit for hours consuming content, but struggle to sit quietly with their own thoughts for 10 minutes. That discomfort reveals something important, because when the distractions disappear, emotions often become impossible to ignore. The grief that was never processed, the heartbreak that was never healed, the fear that was never acknowledged, the disappointment that was never understood, the loneliness that was never addressed. All of it begins rising to the surface. And for many people, that experience feels unbearable, so they return to distraction again and again and again. Psychologists often describe avoidance as a coping mechanism that provides short-term relief while creating long-term problems. The mind learns that distraction temporarily reduces discomfort, so it starts relying on distraction whenever difficult emotions appear. The problem is that emotional healing requires engagement, not avoidance. You cannot process what you constantly escape. You cannot understand what you refuse to face. And you cannot heal what you never allow yourself to feel. Imagine getting a splinter in your hand. Instead of removing it, you cover it with a bandage and pretend it is not there. For a while, you might ignore it. You might even convince yourself it no longer matters. But underneath the bandage, the problem remains. The discomfort remains. The irritation remains. The emotional wounds people avoid often work the same way. Ignoring them does not remove them. It simply prevents proper healing. One reason distraction becomes so addictive is that it offers immediate rewards. Reflection is uncomfortable. Distraction feels good. Processing emotions takes effort. Distraction is effortless. Healing requires patience. Distraction provides instant relief. The brain naturally gravitates toward what feels easier. But easy is not always healthy. Many people spend years accidentally building lives designed around avoidance. Every free moment gets filled. Every quiet space gets occupied. Every opportunity for reflection gets interrupted, not because they consciously choose emotional numbness, because they fear what they might discover if they stop running. Think about the person who cannot sit in a room without background noise, the person who checks their phone every few minutes, the person who feels restless whenever there is nothing demanding attention. Often, the issue is not boredom. The issue is emotional avoidance disguised as stimulation. The constant activity serves a purpose. It protects them from encountering parts of themselves they do not want to face. The tragedy is that emotional pain tends to grow stronger when ignored, not weaker. Unprocessed grief becomes prolonged grief. Unresolved resentment becomes bitterness. Unacknowledged fear becomes anxiety. Ignored loneliness becomes deeper loneliness. The emotions do not disappear. They simply move underground. And things that grow underground are often harder to see until they have become deeply rooted. What makes this habit especially dangerous is that it creates the illusion of progress. A person feels busy, occupied, productive, distracted, so they assume they are moving forward. Meanwhile, emotionally, they remain stuck in the same place, the same wound, the same fear, the same unresolved experience. Years can pass this way. The external life changes. The internal struggle remains untouched. One of the most powerful moments in a person's life often happens when they stop distracting themselves long enough to listen, not to the world, to themselves, to the sadness they have been avoiding, to the disappointment they have been suppressing, to the fear they have been outrunning, to the truth they have been postponing. Those moments are rarely comfortable, but they are often transformative because awareness creates the possibility of healing. Avoidance does not. You cannot solve a problem you refuse to acknowledge, and emotional pain cannot teach its lesson while it is constantly being drowned out by noise. The truth is that feeling pain is not the same thing as being consumed by pain. Many people avoid emotions because they fear being overwhelmed. But emotions are often far more manageable when faced directly than when endlessly avoided. What feels terrifying in anticipation frequently becomes understandable once examined. The people who eventually find peace are not necessarily the people who experience less pain. Often, they are the people who stop running from it. They stop treating every uncomfortable feeling like an emergency. They stop reaching for distraction the moment discomfort appears. They allow themselves to sit with emotions long enough to understand them, long enough to learn from them, long enough to heal them, because emotional pain is not always asking to be silenced. Sometimes it is asking to be heard, and the more desperately you try to drown it out with endless distraction, the longer it tends to stay. The conversations you avoid having with yourself never truly disappear. They simply wait for a moment when the noise finally stops. And sooner or later, every person discovers that no amount of distraction can permanently replace the healing that only honest reflection can provide. Believing you must handle everything alone. Some people carry their struggles like a secret mission. No matter how overwhelmed they become, they refuse to ask for help. No matter how heavy the burden gets, they convince themselves they should be able to handle it alone. No matter how exhausted they feel, they keep saying the same thing. I will figure it out myself. I do not want to bother anyone. I should be stronger than this. And at first, that mindset can look admirable. It looks independent, responsible, self-sufficient. People often praise those who never complain and never ask for support. They call them strong, reliable, capable. But beneath that appearance, there is often an emotional habit quietly destroying them. The belief that needing help means weakness. The belief that struggling alone is somehow more honorable than reaching out. The belief that strength is measured by how much you can carry without anyone knowing. And that belief comes with a painful cost, because human beings were never designed to carry everything by themselves. Think about how often people suffer silently while surrounded by people who would gladly support them. They stay awake at night worrying. They fight battles nobody knows about. They carry stress, grief, fear, and uncertainty completely on their own. Not because help is unavailable, because asking for it feels uncomfortable. So instead of sharing the weight, they absorb all of it. Day after day, month after month, year after year. The strange thing is that many people do not even realize where this habit comes from. For some, it started early. Maybe they grew up in an environment where vulnerability was discouraged. Maybe they learned that expressing needs led to criticism. Maybe they were praised for being independent long before they were emotionally ready to be. Maybe they discovered that relying on others sometimes led to disappointment. Over time, a conclusion forms. If I want something done, I have to do it myself. If I am struggling, I should deal with it myself. If I need support, I should not ask for it. The conclusion feels protective. But eventually it becomes a prison, because life inevitably presents challenges that are too heavy for one person to carry alone. Loss, heartbreak, anxiety, grief, major decisions, personal crisis. No amount of determination changes the fact that some burdens become lighter when shared. Yet people trapped in this mindset often refuse to share them. Psychologists have repeatedly found that social support is one of the strongest predictors of emotional resilience. People tend to recover more effectively from stress, adversity, and hardship when they feel connected to others. Not because support eliminates problems, because support reduces isolation. And isolation has a way of making every problem feel larger. Imagine carrying a heavy box by yourself. It is difficult, exhausting, painful. Now imagine two people carrying the same box together. The weight has not changed. The burden itself remains the same, but the experience becomes more manageable because it is no longer yours alone. Emotional struggles work much the same way. Sharing pain does not always remove it, but it often makes it easier to endure. The tragedy is that people who believe they must handle everything alone often judge themselves for being human. They experience stress and think they should be tougher. They experience sadness and think they should get over it faster. They experience fear and think they should be stronger. Instead of offering themselves compassion, they demand more from themselves, more endurance, more control, more self-reliance, as if their humanity is a flaw that needs correcting. What makes this habit especially destructive is that it creates loneliness even when people are surrounded by love. Friends care, family cares, partners care, but the person never fully lets anyone in. Nobody sees the whole picture. Nobody understands the full weight they are carrying. Not because people are unwilling, because the walls never come down. And over time, the person starts feeling unseen, misunderstood, disconnected. The very outcome they were trying to avoid becomes the reality they create. Think about how often people offer support to others. Most of us are willing to listen, to help, to show up when someone we care about is struggling. Yet, when the situation is reversed, many people refuse to extend themselves the same opportunity. They believe everyone else deserves support, everyone else deserves understanding, everyone else deserves help, just not them. That contradiction reveals something important. The issue is not whether help is valuable. The issue is whether they believe they are allowed to receive it. One of the biggest misconceptions about strength is that strong people do everything alone. In reality, some of the strongest people are those who recognize when they need support, because asking for help requires honesty. It requires humility. It requires admitting that you do not have all the answers, that you are struggling, that you cannot carry everything by yourself. Those admissions are not signs of weakness. They are signs of self-awareness. Think about the people you respect most, the people who seem emotionally healthy, emotionally grounded, emotionally resilient. Very few of them reach that point entirely alone. They learned from others, leaned on others, accepted support from others. They understood something many people spend years resisting. Connection is not weakness. Dependence and connection are not the same thing. You can be independent and still ask for help. You can be capable and still need support. You can be strong and still have moments where the weight becomes too much. The healthiest people understand this balance. They do not expect others to solve every problem for them, but they also do not insist on solving every problem alone. They know when to carry the burden themselves, and they know when it is time to let someone walk beside them. The truth is that believing you must handle everything alone often sounds like strength, but many times it is fear wearing the mask of strength. Fear of vulnerability, fear of disappointment, fear of judgment, fear of being seen during difficult moments. And while those fears are understandable, they often create far more suffering than the vulnerability they are trying to avoid. Because no matter how capable you are, No matter how resilient you become, and no matter how much you can handle on your own, there will always be moments in life that are easier when shared. Moments where support matters. Moments where connection matters. Moments where allowing someone to help becomes one of the strongest choices you can make. The people who find lasting emotional peace eventually stop treating support like an admission of failure. They stop viewing vulnerability as weakness. They stop believing they must earn the right to receive help. And they finally realize something that changes everything. Strength is not measured by how much you can carry alone. Sometimes strength is measured by your willingness to put down the burden long enough to let someone help you carry it. Staying emotionally attached to unfinished endings. Some of the hardest things to let go of are not the things that ended. They are the things that never truly finished. The conversation that never happened. The apology that never came. The relationship that faded without explanation. The opportunity that disappeared without closure. The person who left without giving answers. The chapter that ended with questions instead of certainty. Those experiences have a unique way of staying alive in the mind. Years can pass. Life can move forward. New people can enter your world. New experiences can fill your days. Yet part of you remains emotionally connected to something that no longer exists, not because you want to stay stuck, because your mind keeps searching for an ending it never received. And that search can quietly consume enormous amounts of emotional energy. Think about how much easier it is to accept something when you understand it. Even painful truths can eventually be processed when they make sense. A breakup hurts. A betrayal hurts. A failure hurts. But when there is clarity, the mind has something solid to work with. It can begin making sense of what happened. It can start adapting to reality. It can slowly move toward acceptance. Unfinished endings are different. They leave gaps, questions, possibilities. And the human mind hates unfinished stories. It wants answers. It wants certainty. It wants resolution. So it keeps returning to the same memories, hoping to find something it missed. Maybe if I think about it one more time. Maybe if I analyze it differently. Maybe if I revisit the details. Maybe then everything will make sense. But often, the answers never arrive, and the search continues. Psychologists sometimes refer to this as the need for cognitive closure. Human beings naturally seek explanations and conclusions because uncertainty creates mental tension. When an experience lacks resolution, the mind often keeps revisiting it in an attempt to complete the story. The problem is that not every story provides closure. Not every person explains themselves. Not every relationship ends with understanding. Not every loss comes with answers. And that reality can be incredibly difficult to accept. Imagine reading a novel and discovering that the final chapter is missing. You know the story is over, but you do not know how it ends. Questions remain. Curiosity remains. Part of your attention stays attached to the unfinished narrative. Emotional experiences can create the same effect. The relationship ended, but the explanation never came. The friendship disappeared, but the reason remained unclear. The opportunity vanished, but the questions remained unanswered. The event becomes emotionally unfinished. And unfinished things tend to linger. One reason people stay attached to unfinished endings is because uncertainty leaves room for hope. As long as there is no definitive conclusion, part of the mind keeps imagining different possibilities. Maybe they will come back. Maybe they will finally explain. Maybe things will make sense someday. Maybe the ending has not really happened yet. Hope can be beautiful. But in situations like this, hope often becomes a tether to the past, a reason to keep waiting, a reason to keep revisiting, a reason to keep emotionally investing in something that is no longer part of your life. The irony is that the lack of closure often becomes more painful than the event itself. The breakup hurts, but not knowing why hurts longer. The rejection hurts, but never understanding what happened hurts longer. The loss hurts, but the unanswered questions keep reopening the wound. People tell themselves they need closure before they can move on. And while closure can certainly help, life does not always provide it. That is the difficult truth many people spend years resisting. Sometimes the explanation never comes. Sometimes the apology never comes. Sometimes the answer never comes. And if your healing depends on receiving those things, your healing remains in someone else's hands. That is a dangerous place to leave it. Think about how much power that gives away. Your peace becomes dependent on another person's actions, another person's honesty, another person's willingness to communicate, another person's decision to provide clarity. But many people never receive what they are waiting for, not because they do not deserve it, because life is often incomplete, messy, unresolved. Human beings are imperfect storytellers, and not every chapter gets tied together neatly. One of the most important emotional skills a person can develop is learning to create closure for themselves when external closure never arrives. That does not mean inventing answers. It does not mean pretending the pain did not matter. It means accepting that uncertainty itself may be the final answer. The relationship ended. The friendship ended. The opportunity ended. Even if the explanation remains missing. Even if the questions remain unanswered. Even if part of you still wishes things had happened differently. Acceptance begins when you stop waiting for reality to become more complete than it is. This is difficult because the mind naturally wants certainty. It wants a reason, a conclusion, a final explanation. But healing often requires learning how to live without those things. Learning how to tolerate unanswered questions. Learning how to release stories that will never feel fully complete. Think about how many years people lose replaying unfinished endings, reconstructing conversations, analyzing details, imagining alternative outcomes, searching for a missing piece that may never exist. Meanwhile, life continues moving forward. New experiences appear, new opportunities emerge, new relationships become possible. But part of their attention remains trapped in a chapter that already ended. The people who eventually find peace are not necessarily the people who receive closure. Often, they are the people who stop waiting for it. They stop demanding answers from situations that cannot provide them. They stop expecting unfinished stories to become complete. They stop placing their emotional freedom on hold until someone else explains everything. And slowly, they begin reclaiming their attention, their energy, their future. The truth is that closure is wonderful when it comes. But it is not always necessary for healing. Sometimes healing begins when you accept that the ending already happened, even if the explanation never did, because there comes a point when continually waiting for resolution becomes its own form of attachment, and attachment to an unfinished ending can keep you emotionally connected to a past that no longer exists. Not because the story was never important, but because you have convinced yourself that peace cannot arrive until the story feels complete. In reality, peace often begins the moment you stop waiting for the missing chapter and finally allow yourself to start reading the next one. Confusing emotional control with emotional avoidance. Some people pride themselves on never getting emotional. They never cry in front of others, never talk about what is bothering them, never admit when something hurts. No matter what happens, they stay calm, composed, unbothered. At least that is how it looks from the outside. People often admire them for it. They seem strong, disciplined, in control. The kind of person who never lets emotions interfere with their life. But appearances can be deceptive, because sometimes what looks like emotional control is actually emotional avoidance. And there is a massive difference between the two. One is healthy. The other quietly creates problems that can follow a person for years. The confusion happens because both behaviors can look similar on the surface. In both cases, the person is not exploding in anger, not breaking down in public, not acting impulsively. From the outside, they appear calm, but internally, completely different things may be happening. A person with emotional control feels emotions and manages them. A person practicing emotional avoidance feels emotions and suppresses them. One processes, the other escapes. One acknowledges, the other denies. And while those differences are invisible to everyone else, they make all the difference in the world. Think about what happens when something painful occurs: a betrayal, a loss, a rejection, a disappointment. Emotions naturally arise: sadness, anger, fear, confusion. Those reactions are normal. They are part of being human. Yet many people immediately go to war with their own emotions. They tell themselves not to feel what they are feeling. Do not talk about it. Do not acknowledge it. Just move on. Just stay strong. Just keep going. At first, this feels productive. The person continues functioning, continues working, continues meeting responsibilities, continues acting as though everything is fine. Meanwhile, the emotions remain untouched beneath the surface. Psychologists often compare suppressed emotions to pressure building inside a sealed container. The pressure may not be visible immediately, but it does not disappear simply because it is hidden. Eventually it seeks a way out. The same thing happens emotionally. What is ignored does not vanish. It accumulates. Think about how many people say they are over something simply because they stopped talking about it. The breakup happened years ago. The loss happened years ago. The betrayal happened years ago. Yet certain conversations still trigger intense reactions. Certain memories still create pain. Certain situations still provoke unexpected anger. Why? Because time alone does not heal what was never processed. Avoidance can create distance from an emotion. It cannot resolve it. Imagine throwing unpaid bills into a drawer every month. You stop seeing them. You stop thinking about them. The drawer closes. Life continues. For a while, it feels like the problem is gone. But eventually the consequences arrive. The bills never disappeared. They were simply hidden. Emotional avoidance works much the same way. The sadness remains. The resentment remains. The grief remains. The fear remains. They are simply stored out of sight. One reason people confuse avoidance with control is because avoidance often produces short-term relief. Feeling hurt. Distract yourself. Feeling anxious. Stay busy. Feeling angry. Push it down. The discomfort temporarily decreases, and the brain interprets that reduction as success. But temporary relief is not the same thing as emotional health. Real emotional control involves facing emotions without becoming controlled by them. It involves acknowledging anger without acting destructively, acknowledging sadness without becoming consumed by it, acknowledging fear without letting it dictate every decision. The emotion is allowed to exist. It is neither suppressed nor obeyed. That balance is what many people miss. They assume there are only two options: either express every emotion immediately or suppress it completely. But emotional maturity lies somewhere in the middle. It says, I can feel this emotion without letting it run my life. I can acknowledge it without becoming overwhelmed by it. I can listen to it without surrendering to it. That approach requires courage, because avoidance is often easier. Avoidance postpones discomfort. Processing requires entering it. Think about how many people secretly fear their own emotions. They worry that if they allow themselves to feel sadness, they will never stop feeling it. If they allow themselves to feel anger, they will lose control. If they allow themselves to grieve, they will fall apart. So they keep everything locked away, not realizing that emotions tend to become more manageable when acknowledged, not less. The feelings people avoid often gain power precisely because they remain unexplored. What is understood becomes easier to navigate. What is ignored remains mysterious, and mysterious things tend to feel larger than they really are. The cost of emotional avoidance is not always immediate. In fact, many people function reasonably well for years, until eventually something happens. A minor frustration triggers an enormous reaction. A small disappointment feels overwhelming. A simple conflict unleashes years of buried resentment. The emotions that were supposedly gone suddenly return, not because they came back, because they never left. They were waiting. The people who develop genuine emotional strength learn something important. Being calm is not the goal. Being honest is. Sometimes honesty includes sadness. Sometimes it includes anger. Sometimes it includes fear. Sometimes it includes admitting that something hurt. True emotional control does not mean becoming emotionless. It means building a healthy relationship with your emotions, listening without being dominated, feeling without being overwhelmed, expressing without becoming destructive. That balance creates resilience, not avoidance. The truth is that emotions are not enemies to defeat. They are signals to understand. Every emotion carries information. Every emotion reveals something about your experience. When you constantly avoid them, you lose access to that information. You lose opportunities to heal, to learn, to grow. The people who find lasting emotional peace are rarely the people who feel the least. They are often the people who stop running from what they feel. They stop confusing numbness with strength. They stop confusing suppression with discipline. They stop treating emotions like problems that need to be hidden. Instead, they allow themselves to experience emotions honestly while learning how to respond wisely. Because emotional control is not the absence of emotion. It is the ability to face emotion directly without letting it control your actions. And that is a very different thing from pretending the emotion was never there in the first place. Many people spend years believing they are emotionally strong because they never allow themselves to feel. Real strength begins when you finally do.